Welcome in, gentlemen. Today, they want you back. Well, not you, because you are not a billionaire playboy half-demon with mommy issues and severe lack of boundaries. But they do want something that resembles men, vaguely. Now, before we get into that, we've already seen some interesting stuff come through on the chat, which we should probably talk about first. So, and now these are probably just drive-by comments. These people will almost certainly not actually stick around for the broadcast and have no idea what it is I'm going to say or even what it is I'm going to look at. But there's a few people saying stuff like, "You are a doomer Christian, bro, LOL." And then another guy saying, "I don't know if this content is actually good for a person to meditate on." Well, okay. These are just women on TikTok with extreme opinions. And to assume they're all exactly the same and that every single male in the audience is seen in exactly the same way, it doesn't feel great. Well then, okay, maybe are you assuming some stuff about how I view this? Are you assuming that I view all women the same way and think that all women say the same things? Maybe might also be an assumption there. Let's see here. To the extent that ruminating on some of these ideas feels like it's an easy way to breed resentment instead of form reasonable boundaries. Okay. Another guy, Chris Coates. The title of this looks like you're assuming bad faith and fostering bitterness and grievances between the sexes. Please stop and do better, bro. Okay. Sure. You got me. I lose. I lose. I'm done. You caught me. So, what do we actually think of this? Do we think that I am the bad guy for pointing out how women behave? Is that a bad thing for me to do? Well, okay. Let's go back to this statement here. I don't know if this is a good for a person to meditate on. Okay, well, let's actually be really generous with this. He's right. This is actually not healthy stuff for us to meditate on. But saying, okay, it's not healthy to do it, therefore don't do it, is basically the same as saying, hey, there's a radiation leak down at the nuclear plant. But if we were to send people in, if we were to send workers in to go fix it, that would be unhealthy for the workers. So we should just let the radiation leak grow and spread. Let it contaminate the air, the water, the wildlife, all of that, until your crops and your meat, your food are all so contaminated that everybody's dying from it. Yeah, he's absolutely right. This isn't healthy for us to look at. But you want to know what's even less healthy? It's even less healthy for these ladies to be doing this in the first place. It's even less healthy for them to be saying these things. And yes, it's true that there are some outsized opinions here and there on TikTok, but let's not pretend that this is a minority of women at this point. Sure, there are women who look at this and go, yeah, no, I don't agree with what these ladies on TikTok are saying. Fine. Sure, they exist. They're out there. Great. We should celebrate that. We should celebrate women who don't fall for this garbage. But treating it as though these are just a few outside opinions from a few outliers here and there, yeah. No, it's not. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see if we can find it. Oh, of course, they're starting to hide it now. Let's see, Brittonwood. If women are attracted to dark triad traits, how can we confront the fact that it's sinful for them to be attracted to such things when their attitude is, I can't control who I'm attracted to? Yeah, that's a good question. Well, first, I would say it's not inherently sinful for them to be attracted to men who are assertive, dominant, powerful. We've demonized power for sure, especially, well, when men wield it in our society today. There is a healthy way to wield the power and the forcefulness that women find attractive, and there is an unhealthy, destructive way. So, yeah, I think the key is teaching to differentiate between those two things. Helping women to differentiate between, okay, this is a man who has, right, yeah, specifically the narcissism and manipulation, right? Yeah. So this is a man who is able to resist the pull of his emotions and do what is best for his people, the people that God has entrusted to his care, even when that means upsetting other people, even if that means doing things that you might consider harmful or mean. Okay, he's got to, bust out the sword and protect the family from some aggressors. That's going to look mean. That's going to take some, psychopathy in a way. He's going to have to not care about how those people feel. So there are healthy elements to those traits and unhealthy elements to it. And teaching women to differentiate between those two things, I think, is some of the future. But that gets back to that's what I was starting with, is, okay, let's say I don't talk about this stuff. I don't talk about this at all because it's unhealthy for us to look at the topic at all. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not finding the research that I wanted to. Let me see if I can pull it up in a different spot. That's really frustrating. Yeah, but you guys know the research that I'm referencing. It's the research where that talks about how women find the majority of women have either neutral or negative views of men. More than half of women today have negative views of men. So my point is, this idea is ludicrous. This idea that, it's just a few outside voices screaming into the wilderness and nobody's really listening to them. No, these ladies who are on TikTok saying this stuff, they have massive followings and massive influence. The biggest podcasts for women talk about this stuff. They say the same things, the same talking points. So let's run through a little cause and effect chain here. What happens if I don't talk about this stuff? Let's play that forward. Does that scale? Well, first of all, the assumption seems to be if we just don't ruminate on it, well, that'll be better somehow. In some dimension, that will be a better thing for us. We just don't think about it, don't talk about it, don't ruminate on it. Okay, what does that look like? What does that look like if nobody talks about it? Let's say you have these women who are gaining influence. They're growing in influence, not shrinking. More and more women are starting to hold their views. Then, okay, what happens next? You get more women who display these behaviors. And if I'm not talking about it, if nobody's talking about it, we just don't look at it and say, it's unhealthy for us to consider this stuff. It's unhealthy for us to ruminate on it. Okay, right. You know what happens? These ladies keep spreading these same messages. They keep growing. They go unopposed and they start to think, well, we're not receiving any opposition. There's no consequence for us to say this. We must be right. And they start saying it more. And it starts to spread and grow like that nuclear reactor leak. Starts contaminating more and more things. It seeps into the water. It seeps into the cultural narrative more than it already has. I mean, it's already escaped the lab. It's already out there. You want to talk about a pandemic. But, yeah, if nobody's talking about it, it spreads. It grows. It gets worse. And not only that, it spreads into your churches. let's not pretend for a second that these are things that just automatically get quarantined at the walls of the church. They just automatically stop there. Yeah, that's not that's not how it works. No, if it's out there, it will seep in here eventually. We see it. We already see this. We've pointed out plenty of examples of this already. Yeah, the huge issue is the worship of the indulgences of women and their impulses, right? Yeah. Yeah, just don't think about it. If you ignore the cancer, it goes away. Exactly. Yeah, I wish it worked that way. Yeah. The whole "you're harboring bitterness" argument is pure cope and projection on their part. They were once bitter and didn't know how to handle it, so they defaulted to the opposite extreme. Yeah. Well, yeah, and the truth is, again, as I say all the time, I don't really harbor ill will towards these ladies. There should be some men around them telling them that this is dumb and that they need to stop, shaming them for it, making them feel bad for doing it and for saying it. There should be that. There should be men holding them accountable, teaching them to be content with what they have and what's available to them, teaching them to guard their hearts. But that just isn't a thing. Iron Fan, keep doing what you're doing, bro. I'm looking for opportunities to put people at my church onto your stuff. Quick to correct men, soft on women. Yeah, that's a pretty typical church experience these days. And that's exactly what I mean. Is this whole thing has seeped into our church culture and infected it. And if somebody doesn't sound the alarm and point it out and say, this is what's seeping in to your church girls' mindsets, you need to protect them from this, nobody's going to. Plot twist, the Roman Empire was actually the bro-man empire, but women cried sexism, then got it renamed and it fell apart. That's funny. It's also kind of true. Yeah. Yep, so regular in terms of normal faith and practice. This is important to stand against. So what happens if you talk about it? What happens if you don't do anything about it? Nothing. It seems to make more sense to them why you wouldn't want to do anything with these skags anyway. Yeah. Well, I do know that trying is better than not trying. What happens if we talk about it? Okay, well, let's play that forward. So let's rewind back to the era when feminism first started, mid-1800s. They are thinking to themselves, oh, we're so oppressed, we're so harried by the male establishment. But what's the point of talking about it? So they just don't talk about it. They don't start talking to demons about like their situation, saying, hey, what should we do about this? They don't start putting out their grievances and trying to convince other women that they are aggrieved by their lack of power. What happens if they don't start, talking about how, hey, people need power in order to be happy and valuable, and you've been hogging that and stealing that from us for millennia, so you owe us some. What happens if they don't start talking about it? Nothing. We don't have feminism today. So at some point, yeah, it starts with talking. So now, I get that if you're just looking at immediate results and you want things to happen today, yes, us looking at this and talking about it, it's not going to do much today. But what we're doing is we're doing a couple of things. We're planting seeds, and also we are gathering ammunition, because right now we are engaging in a war of perception. The average normie, conservative, or Christian out there has broadly no idea what the average woman's disposition is towards men. The average normie Christian does not know what girls talk about on TikTok or on the Call Her Daddy podcast. They have no clue. So they have a perception that women are all sweet and smiles and sugar and spice and everything nice. And that boys are mean and rowdy and nasty and gross. That's their everyday perception from their perspective inside the Shire. The protected bubble of Christian community, successful Christians. So right now, their perception is that there is nothing bad going on women's side of the aisle. Therefore, there's nothing that should be done. And if these guys are having trouble, they're complaining or anything like that, that's their problem. That is a them problem. So right now, what we're doing is we're engaging in a war of perception to try to change that. Because practice in your churches and in your communities will not change until perception changes. Yeah, the average normie Christian neglected the needs, thoughts, and requests of young men to take action. Yeah. And they're still ignoring that, which is why I'm saying, right, it's not going to be today. We will not win the perception war today. We're casting guidance on our party's perception checks. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's what we're doing, is we are exposing the ways that women actually talk, the ways that they actually behave, the stuff that they actually think. We're bringing it out into the light so that it can be dealt with. We're trying to change the perception of not just, our little corner of the internet. We're trying to spread this. And by the way, guys, as we looked at a few streams ago, it's starting to work. You're seeing a lot more conservative outlets. They're starting to speak up about this. And no, they don't engage with it the same way that we do. They try to cope with it a lot of the time. But they're at least engaging with it because they really have no choice. For example, look at this. Fox News. Growing trend of hating men backfires as anti-marriage culture leaves single women losing out. They're not engaging with it the way that we would. They're not going to the roots of it like we would, but they're at least being honest that there's a problem now because the perception is shifting. Yeah, if every man that decides to leave a church body because of this infection were to first notify the head pastor of their decision, would it matter and create more urgency? Yes, I think it would. I think what's happened, well, okay, but that's a part of the perception issue for them is a lot of younger guys, especially in the millennial generation, left the church but didn't say anything when they left. So the pastors had no idea why they were losing so many people. They just knew that the church was collapsing around them and that millennials were the least church generation out of all of them and still are. They had no clue that that was a direct result of this favoritism, this worship of women. And so when those men left, it didn't change their perception. They just thought it was a hard-hearted generation that just didn't love Jesus. So yes, if you were to say, hey, I'm leaving and this is why I'm leaving, and you had large numbers of men doing that, that would change the perception. That is one of the things that would help. That would affect change. Iron Fan, I feel lied to by omission by older men / pastors. I've heard so many sermons about men manning up, but I never heard one pastor warn me about how manipulating, controlling, and deceptive women can be. Yeah. That's one of the things that's going to have to change, is we're going to have to start legalizing telling the truth about women in church. Telling the truth about their behavior. Yeah. Yeah, people are leaving. We don't know why. Did you ask? Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why would they ask? Well, they wouldn't necessarily want to know the answer. And even when they did ask, so like you'd see some of this from some of Pew Research, some of their questionnaires, they would ask 3 or 4 questions. And it was all stuff like, did church scandals influence your decision to leave? Did hypocrisy or your feelings about the LGBT movement, stuff like that. They would ask questions about that, but they would never ask, okay, what about favoritism between the sexes? Is that a reason why you left? They just didn't ask that. So they would control the way that the stats would look. Yeah, they would control the exit interviews and they would control perception by only asking a certain set of questions that's comfortable for us to hear about. And I think what came out on top was hypocrisy and church scandals, that type of thing. Those were things that came out on top. So the perception that any pastor who looked at the data has about it is that, oh, well, this is a hypocrisy issue. And if we just stopped with that, then that would fix the problem. That's why they're very hopeful that the stuff that Mike Winger's doing, where he's exposing abusive pastors and things like that, they're hoping that that's going to solve the problem. Now, to take nothing away from what he's doing with that, that's not, by and large, the largest reason, as we see from these conversations. Yeah. Yeah, man leaves. The message was too real to them. They need to man up. Yeah, exactly. But yes, right now we're fighting a war of perception, and we're starting to get somewhere with it. Right now is the time to hit the gas pedal, not the brakes. Yes, this isn't the healthiest thing for us to do. But the reason it's unhealthy for us to be looking at it is because the stuff these women are doing is unhealthy. Far more unhealthy than us looking at it or talking about it. Right? Why? I guess I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy for bringing it up and talking about it. No. The unhealthy behaviors that women are displaying, let's just not look at it. Yeah, no, these people who are talking about it, they're the problem. No, it doesn't work like that. So yeah, we're going to keep looking at it. We're going to keep talking about it, and we're going to... Okay, one last thing. Let me address. The first comment in there, this guy says, oh, you're a Christian doomer. No, I'm not. Here's why. A doomer is a person who believes that all paths today are dead ends. That there is no option you can pick that will lead to a good ending or a good outcome for you. So, therefore, enjoy the collapse. Take as much pleasure and enjoyment out of life as you can while you're here, because it's all going to crap. So, yeah, nothing you could do about it. Everything is a dead end. I do not believe that all paths are a dead end. Yeah, isn't Christian doomer an oxymoron? Yeah, kinda. Exactly. But no, I don't believe that all paths are dead ends. I believe there are some paths that can lead to good outcomes for men. And it involves 2 things. Becoming the best man that you can be, doing the most you can with what God's given you, and unifying with other men to multiply your influence and your effect on the world so that you can do stuff about this, so that you can fight the perception war, so that you can change the broken meta. Because I look at the math of this, I see that the majority of women are highly feminist, they are highly leftist, and most of them don't like men. I look at that and go, the math is just ain't mathin'. The men aren't like that at all towards women. They're much more positive. They want a family and a legacy much more than women do. The guys are not on that same page. It's not even really a two-sided war of the sexes. So I look at the math of that and go, yeah, there's a lot of decent men who are trying hard, and they are going to be mathematically eliminated because there are not enough decent marriageable women to go around for all of them. And just telling the guys to bootstrap isn't enough. Yes, you still have a responsibility to be the best man you can be. Right? Nobody's going to come to your aid if you're not. And you're not going to be able to help anybody else if you're not. But at the same time, if we just put it on the individuals, we're cooked because the meta is broken. So, both of those paths. You have to walk both of those paths. Become the best person and rally the troops. Gather your forces with the rest of the guys. Multiply your area of effect damage with the other guys so that you can help to change this meta. That is the path forward. I like women, but I don't dare trust them. Right. That is the meta that needs to be fixed. I believe that there is a path to that. It involves winning this perception war. And that involves talking about it. Welcome to Effective Purpose. Today we're talking about the MMO IRL. Yeah, exactly. It is a PvP server out there right now. Unfortunately, we didn't choose that. But we're certainly not going to just lie down and let the server roll over us. Yeah. So, that is where we are. This is not just pointless rumination, ever. Yeah, PvP, no respawn, full loot. Yeah. This is not just pointless rumination, this has a purpose to it. We're fighting a war. Yeah, right. To win the perception war, we need to win the premise battles. Exactly. And that's what we're trying to do here. So, let's start off today with this. This is an older gal who's basically like, guys, you're missing out. There's so many good single ladies out there. You're missing out on them.
There are two common reasons why men aren't going to dating events.
Tell
Let's
us.
talk about it. Hi, I'm Candice. This is 40 Before 40, 40 Lessons in Life and Love before my 40th birthday. So you've probably heard that there's this decline in dating app usage and rise in dating events. So much so that the big players like Bumble and Tinder are hosting dating events. And women have figured out that dating events are the place to go. So much so that female tickets often sell out within 24 hours of the tickets being released. But men haven't quite gotten round to that yet. And I've heard...
No, and we're not going to. This has never been a thing that guys gravitate towards. It's never been a thing that they do. They tried this several times at my church last year, and I think the year before as well, where they basically had singles nights. Massive events where they, it's supposed to be just no pressure, just hang out and have fun with other single people from the church. And both times that they did that, something like 300 plus women showed up and 70 or 80 guys showed up. Yeah, but let's see why she thinks guys aren't showing up to it.
from men that there's two main reasons. Number one, they just haven't thought about it. They're used to swiping on a dating app. It's more convenient. Even if it's not any more successful, it just fits into their life a little bit better. But the second reason I hear them...
Okay, but then why wouldn't that be true of women too? Aren't they also very used to being on dating apps? Isn't that also very easy for their lifestyle? No, the fact that women are showing up shows that there's a bit more of a desire there and a hunger. I don't know that it's an awareness thing. You have to know that, like, if Tinder and Bumble are putting these things on, they're not idiots when it comes to marketing. They know how to get this in front of guys' eyeballs.
the most is that men are intimidated by going to a dating event because they get rejected in real life. Why would they want to be rejected with more people at a dating event? And the opposite is true. At a dating event, everybody is single and everybody has come there alone.
Oh, yeah. Seeing those $50 to $100 for the male tickets as often as not. Is it different for the women? Do the women get in free? Because if that's it, well, if the women get in free or cheaper, then there's your problem right there. It has nothing to do with anything she's saying.
And everybody wants to talk to somebody. So your odds of actually going up to someone and then being responsive or receptive to your conversation are much higher. And you're all there for the same reason.
Free and or cheaper.
Guys,
yeah.
Please, it takes a little bit of courage. It's a little bit awkward, I get it. But there are so many amazing dating events, and we need you to be there.
Do we? Yeah. So, okay. You are just being a coward, from the sound of it, if you don't go to these things. Well, okay. Let's be extra fair and extra generous. It is true that your chances of getting any kind of receptivity are much better in person than they are on an app. It's very true. But again, like somebody said earlier, I like women, but I don't dare trust them. Could it be that the reason guys aren't going has less to do with whether or not it works and how effective it is, and more to do with what they're actually going to get from it, even if it does work? It's a possibility. Yeah, that sounds like you're the problem. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Justin? No, there isn't. It's filled to the rafters with over single 30 moms with addictions. We will pass. Yeah, and that's maybe part of it as well, is a lot of the women who are going to go to those things are women who can't necessarily get the kind of men that they're looking for on the dating apps. Because if a girl if she could just go out and she could just post pictures on her Instagram and get flooded with DMs, she's not going to an event. That wouldn't fit her lifestyle. Yeah. So, let's keep going with this. This is Ace Nate. I've only seen maybe a handful of his videos, but this is some example of ladies, I guess, starting to.
For years they called it empowerment,
starting to change
now
their
it's starting to feel like something else.
Guys, at what age do you start panicking about being single? Because I'm 26, about to be 27, and it's getting a little scary.
Considering you're a woman on a tight timeline now.
Like, I've tried nearly all of the apps that I can
just
get
goes right
on.
for it.
I've been out on dates. I've tried to go out socially and find people that way. I feel like I've been putting myself out there, but clearly I'm missing something. Clearly. Is there an app I'm missing?
Yeah, it's totally the app's fault. This is going to be her in 5 years if she keeps viewing men primarily through their flaws while insisting she has none of her own.
I'm 32 and a half, and it's got to that point in my life where every single way that I look, someone is announcing a pregnancy, a birth, and it's crazy. My baby's turning 1, my baby's turning 2, I'm having my 3rd baby, I'm having my 2nd baby. And I just feel like...
You shouldn't have turned down all those possible husbands. And
You're putting yourself out there. You mean going clubbing? Yeah. Yeah, there's places you can put yourself out there and ways you can do it that are probably not going to get the best reception from the guys. Just saying that. And also, this girl, having your boobies out that much doesn't exactly signal trustworthiness to guys who, care about stability in a relationship. So, you may not be one, but you're wearing their uniform. I think you guys know what I'm talking about there. Just saying. That's not going to net you the kind of men who are going to stick around. Because let's be absolutely clear about this. This girl is not hurting for options. You think a girl like this has 0 men interested in her? 0 men in her DMs? 0 men talking to her on the apps? No, it has nothing to do with the fact that there's just no men. It has to do with it's not the men that she wants. Or the men she wants aren't committing to her. More likely. So, yeah. Skill issue, sister. That's a you thing.
I feel sad in a way because I'm like, God, that really may never be me. And I kind of need to make peace with that situation because I always thought that I'd be a mum when I was young.
Yeah, a lot of women assume a husband and family will just happen to them. And then they spend years living in ways that actually move them away.
Right. Yes, this is a great point. If you've been told your whole life that you are the table and that the world owes you everything, you're perfect. A lot of times you're going to think, I don't need to do anything to get results in life. If I'm not getting results, it must be the world's fault. It's got to be somebody else's fault. Yeah.
Away from those things and still act surprised when they don't have them.
The way that I see my life projecting and the way that I live and the type of friends that I have, especially when you live in the suburbs like I do and not in a main city, it just feels like everyone is.
I don't think that's the problem.
There's no decent single men anywhere that I want to date.
What? So, wait a second. You're surrounded by the kinds of country suburban men who want to settle down and have kids. They want to have the life that you want to have. But there's no men around you that you would want to date. Yeah, that I would want to date. Exactly. British. Yeah. Right. So when these women are complaining, they are not complaining about lack of options. They're complaining about their own standards. You're the table, you're the trophy, you're the prize. Sprinkle, sprinkle, yeah. Stuck on her highest setting. Yeah, pretty much.
Want to date me either.
Wow, at 32 years old, she still thinks she's in a position to be disqualifying men, not looking for reasons why they qualify. The tables have turned.
Yeah, when you're that old and you're not exactly looking like you took great care of yourself, you are not in the position to negotiate, let alone make demands.
If she wants different results, she should probably spend less time looking for reasons to say no.
Just the rallying of mums around social media posts and pregnancy posts and stuff just makes you feel very othered and like an outsider.
Well, those women actually prioritized those things. And now she's 32, jealous of the women who did, and wishing she had what they have.
We've taken I have nothing to wear and escalated it to dating. I have no one to go out with. Has a whole DM list full of men to go out with.
Stopped using Instagram because of this. I don't even want children, but I cannot cope with hearing about any more engagements or babies. It's pushing me further into depressive episodes. It's actually unbearable. Oh my God, she's in denial. If you don't actually want children, how does seeing other women have them push you into a depressive episode? And after all that, she still tells herself she doesn't even want it. Who exactly is she trying to convince? 47, single, childless. This is definitely not the life I dreamed for myself. I was just so unlucky in a relationship. Never met a good one. It's always ironic when a woman sets her standards and expectations sky high in an attempt to get what she feels like she deserves. And then reality gives her actually what she deserves. 47, single, and childless.
Yeah. And Jonathan over on the Discord, women's answers for prompts, talking about like on dating apps. What I go crazy for? Princess treatment. This year, I really want to travel a lot. Green flags I'm looking for. You make me laugh. These are probably the 3 most common prompts by women on Hinge. Notice all the prompts are all about them. Well, specifically what they're getting from you as a man, not what they offer to a man. Yeah. / oh no, consequences. Yeah, exactly. By 2030, over 45% of women will be single and childless, and it will be for the rest of their lives. Yeah, that's a decision you can't go back on and change later.
As modern women get older, the more we hear how the strong and independent life is losing its appeal.
I think I'm at my limit. I think that
it's so funny that pro-choice women are the ones who complain the most about dying alone. Yeah, there was a clear solution to that, and you didn't want it.
To a point where when you go to do something by yourself, it's not empowering anymore. It's not, inspirational. It's not brave. It's just sad. It's sad, and it's depressing.
Women have hilariously popularized attaching deeper meaning to doing a thing alone. So watching a movie alone is actually a statement on how awesome and great they are as a person. But once the eggs start getting low, all of a sudden she can see that's actually retarded.
I went to the movies tonight because there was a movie I wanted to see. I did ask my friends to go with me. They were busy, that's fine. So I went anyway. But I'm surrounded by families with children. I'm surrounded by couples, best friends.
That's
I'm
awesome.
standing there alone, getting my popcorn. I'm paying for it. I drove here. I'm driving home. No one's opening my door.
Wait. I heard a statistic that 50% of 14-year-old girls today will not get married. How are they projecting that? I'd like to see that one. I mean, at this point, given how 50% of young women are broadly negative in their views of men, yeah, I think that's probably how it will work out unless they change their view of men. I mean, that alone could be what decides that, but sheesh, that's true. Yeah.
I'm going home to an empty house to cook dinner by myself. So I think I've hit my limit. I think I'm done. I've done it alone.
It's believable,
and,
yeah.
I'm ready to not do it alone.
It's funny, she doesn't say she wishes she had a man there, to enjoy the movie with. She wishes a man had been there to pay for the popcorn and drive the car and open her door and help make dinner when they get home. That's always the most.
Right, and isn't that the difference a lot of the time when you talk to a guy about like, man, I really wish I had a woman in my life. A lot of it is, I wish I had someone to share this with. Like I hear that all the time when I'm coaching guys, back when I used to do that more. I see that in comments. Like I'm getting older. I wish I had somebody to share my life with. For these ladies, it's, I wish I had someone who shared stuff with me. Yeah. Yeah, it's not, I want to talk about unhealthy. Who's the more unhealthy one here? Is it us for looking at this? Or is it the ladies who are displaying these attitudes?
Motivation behind these I'm done with feminism conversations. Wanting services rendered.
I know I'm not alone in this. I think I'm just the one willing to say it, but as a
I had an epiphany. Even now, we sacrifice ourselves so that the future women see what not to do. Man, I wish that wasn't the attitude that we needed to take, but I can't see how you're wrong. I mean, it's not going to work out that way for every guy. There will be guys who, even though you're fighting this battle, there will be women who come alongside you and be like, yes, please, I will fight the evils of feminism and woman worship with you. It's possible. But there, again, the math just doesn't work. There will be men who are left out unless a significant number of women change. And so, yeah, maybe that's the attitude that some of those guys, if they do end up in that place, maybe that's the battle that you fight. Maybe that's the meaning that you bring to your life is, well, I got caught on the outside of the math. I tried my best, but the ladies around me didn't. And so now the way that I can make my life worth something, worth, all of this stuff that I went through, is to warn the next generation, to make sure that future women don't repeat this idiocy. Maybe. I mean, right now, these women are certainly doing that for future generations of women. If we can win the perception war about this stuff, and we can change the popular opinion about this to from a positive that's liberating or something that, no, these women need to say this because they need men to rescue them, and we point out the reality that no, this is a clear consequence of their choices. If we win the perception battle about this, these women will be the ones who are sacrificing their future to show the next generation of women what not to do. Right? That requires us winning the perception war, but yeah, that's what will happen. Her, I only like you as a friend. Him, oh, I'm not into you either. Her, why? What's wrong with me? Yeah, exactly. That's how you win that particular fight, is you do the Uno reverse. Uno reverse on him. I like that one. But it is true. That is kind of how it goes. Justin, 100%. See women disparaging being single and wish they had someone to live life with, but still so many like this woman is like, why am I not receiving? Yeah, right. But that's exactly why we need to frame it right. Because if we allow these women to frame it the way they want, there's a chance that younger women will look at it and go, oh, well, the world just didn't give these women what they wanted. It'll give me what I want. I'm not going to end up like them, right? Because I'm going to go be a maximum feminist girl and I'm going to fix the world so that this doesn't happen to me when I get to this age. But if you win the premise war and you win the perception battle, then you can change the way, you can change the story lens that younger girls interpret this stuff through. You can change the lens that they view it through to a negative one where they go, ooh, yeah, that's not how I want to be living when I'm that age. And they actually take it as a warning, which is what it is. I think that's possible. Yeah, malicious compliance is the best way to win an argument against women. Woman, wow, I love that for you. Other person, oh, thanks. Woman, dialogue noises. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just go along with it. Double down on it. There's a reason why the double, triple down thing actually works from game theory.
35-year-old woman, I'm like pretty much over my strong, independent, boss ass, badass.
Yeah, what women weren't listening then, what makes us believe they'll be listening in the future? Well, again, you can go back and rewind to how all of this started. This started with women talking and, bird hands. Yeah. And somebody was listening to what they were saying, and that got this whole narrative started. Somebody has to talk somewhere. And that's the part of it, is when you go into a war, there's no guarantee you're going to win. There's no way to guarantee victory when you fight any kind of battle. That doesn't mean you should avoid fighting it. Pause game, always on. It's what I am here for, guys. That is the thing that God put me on this earth for. I mean, if we're going to rank our purpose in life based on the skills that God's given to us, then yes, I have some of my purposes are, exposing this stuff. But if you want to rank it by, your highest skills or your highest purposes, then my highest purpose on this earth is pause game. Yeah. Women weren't being alone and depressed earlier in history. Wonder why? Yeah. Well, and that's part of the reason why I'm hopeful about it and why I'm not a doomer and why I believe there is a path. It's because we've been there before. This has happened before. We've had successful, stable societies before that worked. Now, yes, there's a lot of toothpaste that ain't going back in the tube that makes things different than back then. Like, yeah, you have social media and dating apps today that you didn't have back then. But that just means that's part of the strategizing. That's part of the war. Is figuring out, what do you do with those things? What do you do with the minefields? What do you do with the obstacles? Right? The technologies of war change. We're seeing this in the Ukraine war. It's all drone combat now. The Effective Purpose Catechism. The chief end of man is to amuse God and to make him LOL forever. I guess the chief end of me is to amuse God. I don't know. That's the skill that he gave me, is being a little doofus. They were alone and depressed right before the fall of Rome. It's an unnerving pattern that I've noticed. Yeah. Well, that's just it. Is the consequences will eventually get so bad that just teaches them the lesson. So it could be that the best we can hope for right now is to pull as many as possible out of the fire before then. Get as many people onto a better path right now as we possibly can, so we have a large enough cohort of people on the other side of whatever crisis or calamity comes up, that you then have a core of high quality people doing the rebuilding. Yeah,
bitch era.
Right on time.
Like, I would love for someone to...
Wait, what did she say?
Boss ass, badass bitch era.
Right on time.
Like, I would love for someone to just sweep me off my feet and say, quit your job.
Yeah.
Here's my credit card. Here's the keys to a brand new car. I'm just taking care of everything. Like, I need dependence on another human at this point in my life. Like...
Hit the wall and no longer wants to live according to her
They want to be
worldview,
dependent.
which she still holds, by the way. Yet another woman aging out, desperate for male hand.
Right. I want to be dependent, but by my choice. So not actually dependent. I want to be dependent, but retain all of my agency. Yeah, cursing and femininity? No. Right. I want to be an independent boss babe, boss girl. But also, I want to be dependent on a man when I feel like it, when I want it. Because I guarantee you, this same woman, if she was genuinely, truly dependent on a man, like she did not have any access to the bank account, well, actually, no, but that's part of it, is I want him to give me the credit card. Well, at that point, you're really not dependent on the man. I want you to bring in resources. You don't want to be dependent on him. You want a slave. You want a worker bee to go out there and produce resources for you that you control. That's not dependence. Yeah, your money is mine and I'm the boss now. Schrodinger's feminism, yeah. Remember, if he is outside the not people zone, right? Yeah. Yeah, what does she offer in return? Great question. As someone mentioned earlier, she offers cake face and bird hands. I'm not sure that that's a compelling offer. But yeah, these ladies don't actually want to be dependent on a man. Being dependent on a man means no, he not only makes the income, but he actually has authority over you. He actually leads. He is in a powerful way. You as the woman do not have power. If you are, look at me. I'm the husband now. Yeah. Yeah. If you as the woman are dependent on the man, then yeah, you will also be submitting to him. The way the Bible describes it. The example that Peter gives is Sarah telling Abraham, hey, and calling him Lord and obeying him. That's the example. That's what dependence actually means. It means you don't get control over the credit card. He's the one making the money, so he's in charge of the money. You don't get to just go to Sephora and click buy on Amazon all the time whenever you want. No, you don't want that. I didn't know about the Femisphere until Kamala Harris went on there. Yeah. Well, the Femisphere is huge. It's massive. It's more than, it's for sure more than just one podcast or one thing. It's like all of this stuff, in the same way that you can call guys who just start up a YouTube channel, or they just get on their phone and start recording things. You can call those guys Manosphere. You can call all of these ladies who are posting all of this stuff. This is Femisphere content. Because these are creators and influencers. A lot of them have large followings. That's how this stuff got found. It's big. You mean the coven? Yeah, that's a good word for it. I like that. Yeah. 1, women are attracted to top 10% of men. 2, men lift themselves up by their bootstraps. 3, it's still the top 10% of men that succeed because that's how percents work. Yeah, exactly. Let's take the 2020's bird hands and pair that with the 2010's duck face. for the full avian theme. Yeah. The birdification of women needs to be studied. Yeah, the femisphere dwarfs the manosphere in sheer size. Yeah, and influence as well, an effect. Again, look at the studies on positivity and views towards the opposite gender. Women are far less positive, especially at younger ages, when they're the most susceptible to this stuff. The femisphere might be big, but it's not as big as some of the women in the femisphere. Well, yeah. There are some large humans dwelling in those particular caves, haunting those halls. True. Yeah.
Doubts and an easier life.
I'm really proud of myself. Like, pat on the back. You did it. You did it for a long time, girl. But like, I'm tired. I'm tired and I just want somebody else to take care of me.
Being able to publicly...
Yeah, but yeah, again, there's a deal there. If you want a man that you can depend on, then you will also need to submit to him. You will need to offer him something of value too. It will not just be this easy life. They've got a cave troll. Exactly. Yeah. It's not just going to be this super easy, barely an inconvenience kind of life where you do nothing and everything just happens for you on automatic and you just get to go shopping all day. I'm sure that's what you're envisioning and what you want, but that's not what happens. You are not going to convince that caliber of man, especially with that level of cake face. You're not going to convince that level of man to give you anything unless you provide him something in return more than just your presence and your vibes. And you will have to allow him to rule that household. If you want access to that, that's the deal. Going forward, that is the deal that men are offering. Concept creep is a real thing. Pharaoh were in a deep sense dependent on the Israelites too. Yeah. Well, yeah, by her definition of dependent, you're correct. Yes. Exactly. But yeah, that is a concept creep thing. The cave troll is Gorlock the Destroyer, exactly.
Say you want to be lazy, you want to walk away from your responsibilities and have someone else take care of you at the age of 35 without everyone calling you a loser, only something a woman can do. So much for being strong and independent.
Fine. She's minding hers.
Follow me, I can do it myself.
I've never seen gender dynamics so perfectly explained this quickly. You pulled me down. Her probably. Well, the women in the comments are saying it for her. Surprise. She was doing fine by herself and he took away all his pressure while she was close to the top, requiring an isometric hold to compensate for the added weight, which she didn't account for. That's where we're gonna stop her. Sneaky little manipulator. The correct wording is she couldn't. Not that she didn't account for it. No, she couldn't because she's too weak and she did in fact need him.
You didn't need a spot for that.
She never does.
Retard without me and you're fine.
You did not need a spot for that.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. Oh.
She did in fact need a spot for that. A clear microcosm of modernity. Men make things so comfortable and easy that women get used to the outcome and start thinking the man making it possible is no longer needed. Women always uplifting each other. Now uplift your friend off the ground.
Yeah.
I'm an independent woman. And
Well, that's another person. Yeah, that's another part of it is, yeah, you don't see the ladies picking each other up. Where's that for the compassionate, loving, Are we back? We're back. Something I did worked. I don't know how I got it to work. I don't know what I did. I just messed around with stuff. But yeah, donation for my internet bill. Well, it's not the internet bill that's the problem. It's the computer just randomly said, computer has encountered a problem. It will now restart. And it just did it. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that. We were getting too based. Yeah. Inserts Windows XP startup sound. Yeah. So Windows did a Windows, yeah. Okay, but guys, is Linux actually that much more stable? I've heard a lot of Linux stands saying a lot of stuff. Is the Linux propaganda real? Yeah, the demon box doesn't like you talking. Download Linux, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It needs a thanks soundboard, yes. It doesn't auto restart on you, I can tell you that much. Yeah. Have you tried speaking to the manager within? Yeah, have you tried speaking with the tech support within? Yeah. Hold on, where'd my Discord go? Okay, where were we? EJ Mock, I work for Mossad. We had to hack you for a second. Too much truth. Well, okay. Well, hey, at least we know. We know the culprit now. So. Hold on. Well, now the camera doesn't look right. Whatever. Not gonna fix it today. Okay. Here's a small tip. Get Linux already, you boomer. Well, okay, but I like to play games sometimes, and there's some games that you can't play on it. I don't know. I'm also not. I've heard bad things about how well it works with DaVinci Resolve. That it's not easy to get it working with that, and that's a lot of what I do. So, that's probably my biggest hesitation. Anyways, Ben Shapiro, is that you? Too much bacon. Dual booting is also a thing? Yeah, I guess. Maybe I should look into that. Plot twist, Matt's in Spain. Yeah, a dude with a katana just comes rushing into the room. Oh, woof. I didn't say that. Run on a virtual machine? Okay. Anyways, back to whatever it was we were talking about. Let's talk about... Yeah, Spain with an S. That is also it. Also, there's a whole freaking world of leftism to be explored in the Linux sphere. Why does that feel like it matches up? Why does that sound right? Okay, let's watch some of this video. Let's speed it up a little bit. But a few people have sent me this guy's videos. I want to take a look at some of this. See what opinions he has about it.
I'm pissed because nobody in my DMs is some fine shit. If only fine shit can just be in my DMs.
So basically you're not hot enough to be in her DMs, if I'm translating her correctly, but that's not an attractive way to speak. Yeah, maybe the guys that you want would want you if you talked like a normal human being instead of like this super affected performative whatever it is that you're trying to put on.
Man, he's ghosted a girl. This is what you leave her looking like. It fucking sucks so bad.
So I've been talking to this guy and he's low-key playing in my face and he's like a master manipulator, and it's like I know he's manipulating me, but he manipulates me. I'm not gonna die, hold on. He manipulates me and it works, and it's like I know you're manipulating me, but I can't leave because you're so good at manipulating me, you know?
What's good, guys?
Wait, so it's not her fault that she's being manipulated because it just works so good on her. Okay, I think we figured it out, guys. We know the rules now. No way she finna find a man talking like that. Exactly. Cramiarella.
Yep. Coming to you with another video.
I should not sing.
Boys, let's cook. All right. Women are furious that men aren't simping, and it's destroying their egos.
Yes.
Women have never expected men to be a challenge. And these women that we're about to get into these clips, bro, they're finding out the hard way.
Yep.
Let's get into it.
Guys, I've been fucking stood up. This has literally never happened to me before. I actually can't go for it. I've been fucking stood up. Nah, I'm actually fuming. Basically, if you haven't watched my other videos, I've just literally spent the last 2 hours getting ready for this date. However, our communication has been pretty shit, and that definitely was on me. I was kind of taking like 1 to 2 days reply that we hadn't actually texted that much, which I didn't really care about because I was like, I just don't really care. So the fact he hadn't texted today.
Wait, so you don't care, but also you do care now that he stood you up. Okay, that makes sense.
I didn't actually think much of it. I was just like, oh yeah, it's fine. Like, we'll just text later on. But anyway, as I'm getting ready, it kind of dawned on me like, oh, he actually still hasn't texted. And then I was thinking, I probably shouldn't be going on this date if he's not texted. But I'm just going to get ready anyway. Which, rule number 1, you do not get ready.
Put your chest away? Well, yeah. I mean, if you look at how much the cake is covering up on her face right now, there's probably a reason why she's trying to draw attention down there.
Has not text, and trust me, never ever ever.
She's not young looking.
Or would I do this? Only thing that got me to do it is I was like, I'm going to film content anyway. So like, the very worst that happens is I've got a makeup video, and that's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even bothered. But I'm just such in my like don't give a fuck era that I really wasn't deeping it. But literally got to the time where I needed to leave, and he had a message, and I was like, right, I'm absolutely not turning up on this day for him to obviously just not be there. She's not text, like literally time, location, everything planned, just not turned up. Not text me, nothing. What the fuck?
Well, so I wasn't really communicating with him that well. Wasn't really super bothered with him. I didn't find him super attractive. I didn't think he was that big of a deal. So I didn't treat him like that big of a deal. And I didn't really think anything of it until we go on the date. And then all of a sudden now he goes and stands me up and... What? The audacity on this man to stand me up. What? What? Yeah. Right. Okay. Sure. Everything is someone else's fault all the time.
He's wrong with men. We were literally speaking last night as well. Like, honest to fucking God, me trying to not hate men has not gone very well so far.
So you haven't had the best communication with this guy, yet you still reserve the right to go on this date that he offered you. It's a shock to them, bro. They never go through this. Men want to simp, men want to chase, do anything to even get a chance to sniff a fart or drink their bathwater or whatever. So they go on with this same strategy. And when a guy actually respects himself, they're like, wait a minute, I don't like this. This feels foreign to me.
Yeah.
Men with...
I'm not getting what I want. Yeah. Well, and this goes back to that video from, was it Basic Logic that we looked at? Where he talks about how, did we look at this on stream or was I watching this somewhere else? For a woman to... So for a man, he generally has to put himself out there and go talk to a woman, and he either gets accepted or rejected based on what she says. For a woman, she doesn't typically do that because generally today, a woman will simply wait for a man to come and speak to her and give her approval that way. So for her, rejection is any man that doesn't pay attention to her. So for her, the fact that he stood her up, that was a harsh rejection. So that's why these ladies, they want attention so bad, because anytime they don't get attention from a man, it's a rejection. Because for them, they don't go up and talk to the guy and then have the guy say, hey, no thanks, I'm not interested. They don't have that. They're used to guys coming up and talking to them, so that doesn't happen. That's what the rejection is. And that's where she is right now. Do you know of Headspace with Spyro? He makes some good videos. I don't. We can look him up in a second. Check him out. What does he primarily talk about? Yeah, why go for Shapiro when we have Spyro? Well, yeah, that's the problem, is any name in that genre, people are going to accuse me of receiving many shekels. 7K. Promised to me 3,000 years ago. Dating and things like that. Same as you. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we may have to look him up in a second here.
Self-respect are going to take that and be like, oh, she's not keeping in communication with me. I'm going to move along. Then there's going to be some guys who are cool with her, not communicating with them. But this guy in particular, he's not cool with it. Right. But yeah, in general, a man setting a boundary is, in her mind, a rejection, which is why she hates it. One of the reasons why she hates it. It reduces her control of the situation and her agency and her power, which is offensive to her. But it's unfun because it's essentially a rejection. And you see how they get intrigued, their antennas perk up. What's going on? What's wrong? They start to doubt themselves because this strategy works with every other dude. Men ain't going for it. And what did this guy have to bring to the table to even get 1 foot in the door? Had to be attractive to some degree, right? Because she would just ignore him. Yeah. This guy understands that he could go elsewhere. Well, she was ignoring him. They never see it like that. They think they can run circles around dudes and play games. Not today. Let's get the next one.
I went on a date with this man, and I honestly thought it would go down in history as one of my top 3 best dates. I left the date giggling, kicking my feet in the Uber home, smiling. Wrong. Uh-oh. So deeply wrong. I went bowling, and low-key, I was like crushing him. Like strike after strike, spare after spare. We were par for par on that. Little did he know, I grew up with Wii Bowling. After bowling, we just walked around the city for a little while and talked about everything in between. He was asking questions, he was flirting, like we were giggling. In my head, I'm like, oh my goodness, I finally found a normal man. I cannot wait to go out with him again. I'm like texting the group chat while I'm in the bathroom, trying to think of an outfit and like a plan. Then I wake up Not a dream. No, not a dream. Real life. I got a text from him.
Guys, we're overthinking this. All the women in the videos only want two things. 1, more. 2, something else. Easy. Yeah, it's starting to look that way.
I'm saying, I'm actually not looking for a girlfriend right now, but I would love to be your friend. Happened between 2 a.m. and breakfast.
What's wrong with him wanting to be friends with you? Don't the best relationships start off as friends? Can't he grow on you? But what's really happening here is men can go elsewhere, so they say, you know what, we could be friends and I'ma still hit, but I'm not looking to commit. They don't understand that they can gain access to commitment with effort. Nah, all they hear is, I'm getting X'd out of this and I don't like how this feels. Yep. When a man is even saying that, it doesn't mean that he doesn't want anything really like that. What it really should be taken as is, I can work my way through this if I show this dude enough cooperation. I can work through this. I can show him that I'm the woman for him by putting in heavy effort. Nah, all they hear is, I'm getting friend zoned. This is total disrespect.
Yeah.
It's funny, right? They never understand what's happening, even though they give this treatment out the most. They can't see outside of anything besides I take, gimme, me, I.
This is great. Great point.
It's the end of the world. What the hell is wrong with this fool?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and heaven forbid a guy actually have other options out there that he might want to explore. Heaven forbid that he actually be talking to other women that he might want to see where things go with them as well. He might not be ready to commit to you specifically. Maybe he likes you. And yeah, maybe he's or maybe he's just a guy who'd like to see, where things go. Maybe he would like you to build up his trust first because he's been burned before. There's all kinds of reasons why a guy might not want to just rush right into a relationship with you on a first date. Maybe. Spinning plates is cheating on your goddess. Yeah. Just friends. I was supposed to use that on you. Yeah. Yeah. Options for me, but not for thee. Right. If you're talking to another girl, you're cheating on me, even though we just started dating. Something like that.
I just got stood up on a date. I don't think dating is for me. I matched with someone on Hinge and we had a time and place set up, everything. We get here. I've been waiting 10 minutes. I texted him, have you arrived yet? No response. Like, no response. The date's not happening. It's not happening.
Heaven forbid.
It was more of like a casual thing, like drinks, getting to know each other. There's appetizers here, great. Why can't we be honest if we're not even gonna show up or what your intentions are?
Sure.
You're 27 years old. You're 20. It's exhausting getting ready. I'm not even like upset about it. I'm just like, are you serious? I am exhausted. I'm tired.
Exhausted getting ready. Well, yeah. Judging by how thoroughly painted you are, yeah, it probably did take quite a bit of effort to get ready. I don't doubt that. Like, I'm not saying her story is inaccurate. She probably was exhausted. It probably did take many hours.
This, and I'm only 27. And if this is...
What? I thought she was 39. She looks like she's 42. Late 30s, early 40s. At best. 27? What is happening? What is this? What is the face paint leaching out of your skin while it's on there? This is not good. This whole caking makeup on your face thing doesn't appear to be working. Probably lying. It's possible. Yeah. I don't know. Mispronounced 37. Yeah. Right. I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of, younger millennials and Gen Zers who are just, they're looking old these days. Yeah. Makeup is bad for skin. Yeah.
What it's like. I'm scared. And I don't, how are we?
I'm scared. Rescue me. Right, because this is the button that she's probably pressed her whole entire life that has gotten her results. I say this thing, I'm scared. I don't know what's going to happen. Woe is me. I'm the victim. Please rescue me. And somebody has always come along and done it. Now she's finding out what happens when, nobody shows up to rescue her. Maybe if women drank more water, they wouldn't have to use so many moisturizers. Exactly, yeah. Be a white knight for me. Exactly. Yeah. That's how it is. Yeah, it's still 100% salvageable if she has a great personality. I won't hold my breath. Right, but I'm not seeing a super great personality here. And that's the thing you have to remember is if she's had this her whole life, if she's been coddled her whole life and someone has always come to her rescue her whole life, she's gonna expect that from you. That's not gonna stop. So just be aware of that. She needs a Scooby-Doo unmasking moment. Yeah.
Meeting people.
Yeah, the drinking and partying probably isn't doing her any favors.
I'm gonna go get In-N-Out and animal fries because I freaking deserve it.
Men are becoming more savage when it comes to even offering dates or taking women out on dates. And I think it's because most men don't want to date. Let's be real about this. See, they're going to say that's a lie. Most men don't really want to date. We just know that you
show us your car seat in the back. Yeah.
Enjoy it. So if we're feeling you, we're willing to do it. But most men would rather have you just come over to the crib. Let's be real. Let's just have a good time. Let's share some drinks. Let's watch something on the tube, on the TV, on the telly, as some people say. And we could just chill. We could just hang out.
Yeah. I deserve equals bad personality. Yeah, pretty much.
But men are being more selective on, who they take on dates because who's really worth it? And then another woman will come around and she's like, I'm cool just doing next to nothing. So a guy's like, okay, we could do that. And then these women get stood up trying to go on dates from the dating app. I'm going to say it once again. Dating apps are hookup apps. They're really just hookup apps. And then once a guy's like, she's sexually attracted to me. Oh yeah, we cool. We can do the dates. As a matter of fact, women who I've taken on dates, we actually hooked up first. And then I had no problem. $100 here, $200 here. I had no problem because I already know she was feeling me. The problem is men aren't trying that anymore. Men aren't going for that. There's a voicemail floating around. All the women are having a problem with it. This guy told the woman, you invited me over, but I'm letting you know right now, I'm trying to get into it with you. So if that's not what you want, let me know right now so I can save myself the trouble. They went on one date.
Hold on. I gotta show you this. Yeah. Reverse one. Yeah. She looking like she kind of needs one of these, except wouldn't it be the opposite? Kinda? Shouldn't these be reversed in her case? Just saying. Yeah, I think we get his point there. Let's move on to the next one.
Home, it's 1 a.m. and I left the date smiling and giggling.
Why did you think going out until 1 a.m. was gonna net you a high quality man to begin with? Why did you think that was gonna produce the positive result?
I literally texted my group chat and was like, Hinge finally did something good for once. Nope. We were at this restaurant, we were watching the World Cup, and then we went out.
Damn, Kevin Samuels hit the gym upon his resurrection. Yeah.
After, and then we spent like an hour literally just walking around the city. And we talked about our future, we were laughing.
And half away. It's half an away.
And flirting. He kissed me goodnight and he was like, I had such a fun time. I just got back and I got this text. Just reread it. He goes, I had so much fun with you tonight, but I'm just not looking for anything right now. I think we should say friends. Friends? So you flirt with all your friends? Like apparently if a guy flirts with you all night and is so cute and romantic, it means he just wants to be friends.
You see, they shame men for never wanting to accept the friend zone.
Yeah.
They'll fight tooth and nail. You really want to lose me as a friend? You don't want to be my friend? Like there's so much benefit in it for a guy, right? But when the shoe is on the other foot, they just can't understand. They don't really see a benefit. They don't see a benefit to it because they actually are interested in that guy. So the guys that they're not really interested in, I keep trying to tell brothers, when they're not really interested in you, they will play all sorts of games.
Yeah.
Waiting game, rules, standards, deal breakers, all of this type of stuff. When they really want you, they'll move in your direction.
Right. And I think what a lot of these ladies don't understand is that men and women don't actually approach dating and relationships all that different at a fundamental level. The only reason the behaviors look so different is because of options. When men have the same kinds of options that women do, they often tend to approach dating the same way. They keep a roster. They spin plates. They put girls in the friend zone. They do all of the same things that women do. The difference is that more women have more options, and so they get used to that kind of behavior more often. That's really the only difference. Yeah, so instead of gender theory, it's economic theory. Right. Yeah, men and women aren't 100% the same. Yeah, we do engage with this somewhat differently. But when you're looking at it in terms of economics, the guys will oftentimes be more honest and open about it. And they understand what it is that they're doing. Whereas these ladies, when it happens to them, the same treatment that I guarantee all of these girls have done all of these things to guys at some point. But when they receive that same treatment, they don't recognize, hey, this is something that I did to a bunch of not peoples. They don't recognize it because it wasn't people that they did it to in their mind. That's probably the biggest area where guys are different, is they do actually recognize that they're doing it to people. And so you don't see the reverse of this. You don't see high leverage, high option men ever complain if a girl turns them down. They don't get on TikTok and start complaining about it and saying, rescue me. That's where the difference is.
It'll be super easy. It's the same thing.
Yeah, post-World War II, there was a lot less men around. The market flipped from today. Yeah. Yeah, and the ladies treated guys very differently.
They don't like being told, well, I really want to take things slow. We could be friends. They don't want to hear that when they're
Yeah, we get that one.
I think one of the things that absolutely sucks the most about dating is you can't even get excited anymore. Because once you do, it's only a matter of time for the other shoe drops and a guy does something fucking stupid, or you find out he's lying, or has a girlfriend, or is married, or isn't ready to commit to a relationship even though he just love bombed you for a couple weeks.
Love bombing. Okay, there we go. There's some concept creep therapy terminology out in the wild. He was love bombing me, so I'm a victim. Right, he was just flirting, maybe, showing interest, or just being a nice, likable dude. A lot of times that's what it is. Man, I remember there was one girl in Bible college who, let's be honest, she was not good looking at all. She was probably one of the worst looking girls I've ever seen in my life. I'm not saying that to be mean. It's just there has to be someone that occupies that spot on the rank, and she was probably it. And by the way, don't feel bad for her. She's been married twice. So there were dudes that wanted her. But anyways, so this girl, we're in one class where she has to do this like speaking thing. And then other people in the class have to like critique it or give feedback or that type of thing. And I gave her thing the same kind of feedback that I would have given anybody else. It was just normal. Yeah, this was an interesting point that you made here. This was decent. Yeah, whatever. I'm just treating her like a person. She got it in her head that I was head over heels in love with her because I said a couple of positive things about her. Or what she said. She started talking to her roommates in the Bible college about how she had this massive crush on me and she was already planning out how our future was going to go because she's absolutely certain that I'm crazy about her. So yeah, when a girl says, oh, he's love bombing me, or was he just being a decent, normal human being to you? Treating you like a people? Because most men typically treat most women like people. And you're attracted to him, so you want to see flirting in his behavior? I don't know. Could that be it? Could that be what's going on? You were nice to her. How dare you? Yeah. Yeah, being nice is now considered leading her on. Well, yes. If she's attracted to you, then yes. Yeah. So I don't trust her.
Sucks. It just absolutely sucks. Dating's supposed to be fun. You're supposed to be able to get excited and,
Okay, there's a little bit of entitlement as well. Dating is supposed to be fun. Yeah, sure. For people who have options. If you don't, It sucks. Have you ever tried dating as a man? It's not fun. Go do what some of those other girls did and run your dude friends' dating apps. Run their Hinge account for them. See how much fun you have then.
Trust what people tell you and not always have to assume that they're lying to your face.
Okay. Wait. We have the image fixed. Hold on. This is why RAM prices are so high right now. Damn it, Clanker, give me my image. Yeah, okay, so this is what we're actually seeing is this is all of the makeup on these, like, this one probably applies too, because she's got a pretty heavy filter on as well. So yeah, she probably does not look like this in real life. There's a lot of makeup, a lot of shininess, and a lot of filter. Probably something on, I don't know, on the spectrum of looks. What do we want to guess is under there? Just out of curiosity. Who knows? Yeah, we don't know what's under the fog of war, really, with any of these, because it's pretty thick fog, but hey, could be.
And yeah, fortunately, not the dating world we live in. So I know it's not a unique experience. I know most of us are. Yeah,
interesting. In the current year, the most unattractive thing about a lot of women is their TikTok account. I don't think they realize that, but it's true. Like, this stuff that they're posting oftentimes is the least attractive thing about them. This is not stuff that we want to spend the rest of our life dealing with, ladies. It just isn't.
Going through that, but it sucks so much. Like, every time I found a guy that is like pretty much checks off just about every box.
Sometimes the fog exists to protect your eyes.
I have, and like, I have pretty high standards, but they're not like unattainable to reach. Every time I found that,
okay,
I like
says you.
It ends like so fast. And
okay, hold on. Let's go back. Let's hear what she said again.
Pretty much checks off just about every box I have, and like, I have pretty high standards, but they're not like unattainable to reach. Every time I found that, I like it ends like.
So, okay, let's walk through the logic of this. I have pretty high standards, but they're not unattainable. But every time I get that guy who meets my standards, he doesn't stay. So doesn't that mean that they're unattainable? Attainable means you can attain it. If you're not attaining it, then it's unobtainium. My TikTok filter in Christ, what are you doing?
So fast. And it's usually for some stupid reason, but honestly, I just think they're like mirroring me and telling me what I want to hear and like portraying themselves to be the type of guy that they know I want. So yeah, I think I'm gonna be single for the rest of my life. Because this is absolutely insane.
No, you can't get excited about your type of guy. See, they don't want a normal guy. A normal guy, they'll have to explain things to, lead them to things. A guy who understands women.
Are my standards out of touch? No, it's the men who are wrong.
Is what she's talking about. You can't get excited over a guy who actually understands women. You really can't. That's half the battle. You just need to know what they want, and either you're the guy that fits that mold or you're not. I try to help brothers out with this.
Get that guy, meaning he got some sugar and dipped out. Yeah. You gave him a little bit of what he wanted, probably. And he was like, all right, I got other options out there. Because that guy that you think is attainable, yeah, he's one of the most attractive men out there. And you're not the only girl attracted to him. There are other girls throwing themselves at him, and he knows it, and he has no problem with spinning plates. Running around, skipping out and going and finding something else. So, maybe don't go after the guys that have all of the options. Maybe accept that your standards are unobtainable if you can't obtain them.
You can't complain about dating if things aren't going easy for you. That's literally reality showing you that you're not really exactly what most women want, and there's no problem with that. All I'm saying is the guys that women want, 9 times out of 10, they find them attractive. The other side of it is they understand women. The problem for women is once a guy understands.
Do women think there's a hot guy who treats me like a goddess distribution system like there is with stray cats? Yes. Yes, they do. Because their romance novels and the other girlies in the femisphere told them there was. You get strays at £1. But her milkshake, yeah. Yeah. It's well, hey, it brings the boys to the yard, but it doesn't say anywhere that it will keep them there. The prophecy of my milkshakes did foretell that it would bring the boys to the yard, but it did not foretell that they would stay. Read your scriptures. It's a joke for legal reasons. Men don't want women who can camouflage in a pumpkin patch. For Levitical reasons, that's a joke. Yeah, exactly. You can bring a boy to your yard, but you can't make him stay. Exactly. Oh no, okay, more AI. More AI. Am I out of touch? No. It's the men who are wrong. Yeah. Good stuff. Again, guys, that is why you can't buy a gaming laptop anymore. Or a console. That's why PS5 Pro is $1,000. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Is it a good trade-off? I don't know. Life is a big game of Mecha Chameleon for these women. That's good. That's good.
As women, he ain't really going for too much. He knows how to play them. When she's talking about, guys will just morph into the type of guys that you want. They'll just mirror you.
Bro, I couldn't buy a gaming PC before.
They've already been through a bunch of women. They know the deal already. And that's not good for you. But the men aren't complaining. It's you that are complaining. The men are cool with casual. They're cool with doing their thing. You're the one that's looking for all these extra benefits. You want a guy to kick all these things?
Right. Okay. So that is the primary difference between the way men and women approach it. The upfront side of it is basically economics. Like we saw. If a guy has options, he will treat women in general like he has options. He's going to act like it because he does. If a girl has options, she's going to act like she's got options. She's going to exercise them. She just will. But the difference is what they end up doing with those options once they have them. Guys typically, especially if they're at that level, if they are the, dude with the kid in the candy store syndrome, yeah, they're going to be averse to locking themselves down with just one. Because they don't need a woman for anything else other than just whatever pleasures she provides, generally speaking. If he's at that level, he's probably a highly successful man. So he doesn't really need her for much. And he's already getting the stuff that he wants from her, and he can get it from other girls. So yeah, he's not going to prioritize long-term stability. Whereas a woman, especially once she gets older, is going to start prioritizing not just his attractiveness. She's also going to want long-term stability and a flow of resources. So just like that other cake and bird hands girl who's like, I want a guy that I can depend on. And by that, I mean just someone who throws a credit card at me and lets me go wild for the day. That is the kind of thing that girls want. And they don't want any potential interruption to that. So they do want that long-term commitment much more. That's just true. That's where the difference is. Yeah, men are starting to do this even when they don't have because they're realizing that being alone is often a better option. Women give away their leverage to Chad and Tyrone. Yeah. So then you got to have the confidence to feel as though you have options so that you don't settle for toxic women. That's a good point. A way that you can do that is to accept no woman as an option. If you are content with that, if you're happy with that option, that gives you confidence with women to just be like, I don't need what you have to offer. I might want it, but I'm content with nothing. That can help increase your confidence. Yeah, if you have options, you're far less likely to fall for a toxic woman's antics. Toxic women do not like that. Yeah. Yeah, having options means knowing/building your worth, which is why I never tell you guys to just pack it in, just accept that the problems are too big and just complain. Because if you're a man who's built yourself up and you have influence, you have success, you have capabilities under your belt, you have resources, you have connections, you have social standing, those are valuable assets that you can put in multiple directions. Those things aren't just attractive to women. Those things help you withstand life. And it's healthy and good for you regardless. Now, it will increase your attractiveness with women, and you may end up having those options with women. Right? And so maybe if you really want to, you can become that unicorn man for a woman. Right? If you find a woman who actually is respectful and submissive and it doesn't have this nasty TikTok account, which they do exist. They're out there. They're in a minority, but they exist. You can be that high value, highly attractive man that does want to commit to her. And then you can start building the stuff that you want to have in life. Because not every guy wants to be a Chad or a Tyrone and just spin plates and have options all the time. A lot of guys want to build a family and have a legacy. A lot of guys want that. So you can break into the stratosphere of Chad and Tyrone and actually give a decent woman, if you can find one, that unicorn life. Yeah, be a unicorn man for a unicorn woman. It is not this, let me be clear again, just doing that does not mean that it will happen. Just trying doesn't mean that it will happen. This was not promised to you 3,000 years ago. I'm sorry. Yeah. But that's the way to the possibility. That's the way to opening the door. If you want that, go for it. Be very careful in how you vet women. But yes. I learned that treating women like I treat my job interviews has hugely helped me. I'm open to finding a woman, but every woman that comes my way needs to meet my expectations, otherwise I don't take. Yeah. Yeah. Right, because, yeah, because most of the time you go into a date, the woman is either actively or passively interviewing you for a particular role. It's absolutely valid and fair for you to do the same thing. It's healthy for you to do that same thing. It's healthy for you to take the mindset that I'm scanning and calculating, trying to see if this woman is worth the risk, the cost, and, does she present the reward? In a world of women looking for a unicorn, I'm a rhinoceros. Any room for a minotaur? To be fair, they already like minotaur fantasy. Yeah, hey, if you are minotaur dude, I feel like you're already, you're ahead of a lot of the rest of the guys. You're top of the heap. EJ, I'm working on starting a therapy group to bring young men together and teach them skills like mechanics, electrical, bushcraft, hunting, and fishing, etc. I found learning skills has helped improve my mental health. That's great. You know who else I'm in contact with who does similar stuff? Who we met on the last stream is a guy, Alternate Order. There's another YouTube channel out there who he makes videos about how to do that stuff. It's really cool stuff. And I hadn't thought of that in terms of mental health, but that's a great idea. So, yeah. Maybe that's something we can get going over on the Discord server as well. So we got a lot of guys in there. Maybe we can set up a channel or two dedicated to, well, we're also trying to get meetups going, like IRL meetups. So maybe we can make part of that like, hey, let's get together and go do stuff. Let's go hunt. Let's go fix a car. Let's go wire a shed. Something like that. That could be good. That could be a really good way to utilize the Discord. So yeah, head over there if you're not on it already. Excuse me. As a billionaire minotaur, I find these books offensive and objectifying. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, if you guys are trying to get together for gaming as a start, yeah.
To you.
Box and fight, yeah. Hey, that's another thing. Yeah, do some combat sports. That could be really good. Yeah. This dog is unfortunately both my worst nightmare and probably exactly what I need, yeah. Men need purpose, yeah. Bonding through building together. Yeah, let's start building stuff. Start building skills together. Hell yeah. I like that. I think we get the point of this video though. Here's a link to it if you want it. This is turning into Fight Club. I'm here for it. I'm happy. Hey, it's giving the guys, brotherhood. Watch your profanity. I said hell, and that's profanity, I guess. AG double. Okay, it's heck. All right. No. Hell is not a swear. Yeah. I mean, I have purpose. Make money, donate to organization that will not be adversely affected by my absence. Rinse and repeat until death. Yeah. Is true love even possible at this point, or is marriage just a lifetime commitment of taming a woman's sinful nature and manipulation tactics? Man, that's a great question. In theory, it's supposed to go both ways. Yes, you as a husband bear, I think, more responsibility in that regard, but these days especially, it is something like that. It's not something that you're supposed to have to do on your own. There are some scriptures that say that you are responsible for presenting your bride to Christ spotless or sanctified. You're supposed to help her with their sanctification process. That's part of your leadership of the household. But you're not supposed to do that by yourself either. You're supposed to have the church backing you up. They're supposed to be teaching that to women. They're supposed to be reinforcing that. They're supposed to be administering discipline if necessary. If she refuses to submit to that process, they're supposed to come in and say, hey, all right, you need to submit to scripture. That is, I think, what makes it so difficult. And I would also point out that that's not the entire thing. That's not all you do all the time. That's a piece of the puzzle. But in a healthy environment, yes, you will spend a decent amount of time like restraining her sinful flesh and pulling her back from the ledge, so to speak. That's a part of it. But there should also be other positive things that you get out of that relationship. Should. Those also have to be taught and encouraged and exhorted. Those are standards of behavior that churches need to implement and reinforce. Which is, again, why I believe that there is a path out of this. And that a lot of it stems from winning this premise battle, winning this perception battle, especially at the church level. Because there are still institutions that have large amounts of influence over large numbers of women, be it their pastors or their dads, their fathers, who could do that, who could bring women back to a place where, yes, you as a husband will have to help her deal with her sin and hold her accountable for it. Yeah, that's a part of it. But also, there will be good things that you get through that relationship. provided those are taught and reinforced in these institutions. So if we can get those institutions doing that, administering discipline and teaching in that direction again, there is a potential path out of this mess. It's going to take a heck of a lot of us, raising our voices. Yeah, people are not as concerned about being excommunicated from the church. Yeah. Yeah. How about we call it Effective Gym? Any man or woman in the Discord can join us. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Bullshark, there are Wild at Heart campfire meets. There are some all over the country. If you can't find one, make your own. FYI, John Eldridge book. I didn't realize that. That's interesting. I would have figured that he'd be doing something like that based on what his message is and how he's been going about things. That makes sense. So yeah, and I would encourage that. I might need to do a little bit more research into that and see what the backing ethos of that is. What are the bros expected to, talk to each other about during those things? How do they see the world? That type of thing. But yeah, it could be really good if you can find something like that. I really would like to start using our Discord server as well to do that, to facilitate those kind of meetups and that kind of stuff. I think that could be really healthy and really helpful for guys. Yeah. What else do we have? We'll probably look at a little bit of this one as well. Yeah. A little bit of this one as well. There's a Kate Willett video that I'd like to get to. And there's so much of this stuff. We don't even really have time to get through all of it at this point. We would be here all day. Southeast seems a bit spread. Yeah, that's a part of the problem is the map. The people map over on the Discord. It's pretty spread out right now. We just need more people in it, is what it is. So, all right, let's see what these ladies are talking about.
Being single and 27 is so hard on a Friday night.
No, because you know what I'm realizing? I actually, as much as I hate men, I do want a boyfriend because look at me. I need somebody to take me places in fall. What the fuck?
What? Let's unpack what she just said here. As much as I hate men, I do want a boyfriend. Because essentially, it sounds like I just need somebody to show me off and do stuff for me. Buy me things. Yeah. Rapper gestures, no thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Look at all of this table that I bring. I need someone who's going to give me something for it. Sure, I hate men. But I am such a prize that it's a waste for me to not be receiving something in return for my amazingness. Yeah, I need a boyfriend. I want a Tool ATM. Yeah, exactly. Tables are on all fours. Submit, woman. That's funny. Yeah, that one is not clean. Yeah, and that's not a clean table either. Right, yeah. You can tell from the way she dressed. That table has had some use. So we take all the women that think they're their table and take them to the furniture store and leave them there? I guess. Yeah, the table doesn't have as much value if a bunch of food scraps are on it. A lot of crumbs there, yeah. How many people have eaten at that table? Well, it's a family table. It's a large community table, it looks like. I don't know.
I lied. I want to fall in love. I want to have a crush on somebody. Ah!
Y'all keep saying broke men shouldn't be dating, but you broke too. Baby, make it make sense.
What?
No. Can you help me?
Don't you have a boyfriend?
Ooh, that looked like a skit.
Reject.
But yeah.
As a 33-year-old single woman, I can't believe I'm responsible for myself. I really can't.
What do you think being adult is about?
That's the very definition of being an adult. These women, what they don't want to do is pay bills. They just want to sit back and be in an AC and just relax and have you work hard and you give them everything. This is why they're alone and single, because they really don't want to.
That's really bad. So I am the table equals they lay around on all fours when you use them, but otherwise they do nothing all day. But we're the bad guys for pointing it out, I guess. I don't know.
Bring any sort of value to a man. They just want you to give them everything.
Like, where's my husband? I don't want to do this anymore. Not alone. Don't.
See?
Hands down, the most attractive thing that any guy can do is just not like me back.
I hate all men. But when he leaves me on red, I try harder for his attention because I love the chase.
And you're like 5.5 at best. So you're gonna get left on red a lot by the guys that you think are good enough for you. Yeah. But we're starting to see a pattern here. There's a lot of I hate men, but. And we're supposed to just accept that. And it's so funny. It's not even like I hate men, but there's some good things about them. No, it's I hate men, but I want. I need. I deserve. Okay? Why would these people who you hate have any interest in giving you any of these things? I've yet to see any of them explain anything like that. Oh, heck yeah, I want to marry a woman who hates men. Yeah, exactly. Right. So, yeah, I guess, but we're the bad guys for pointing this out or talking about it. We're just ruminating. Yeah, sure. We're ruminating on unhealthy stuff. As if it's totally healthy for these ladies to be saying, oh yeah, I totally hate men. But I also want to receive as much as possible from them at all times because I deserve it, because look at this table. Yeah. You know what else wants attention and eats my food? My dog. At least I get reciprocity from my dog. Dogs are loyal, Drew. That's funny.
Someone please tell me, what is the mental illness called for only liking boys who don't like you?
It's called being a woman. It's not a mental illness.
It's BPD math. I hate you, don't leave me. Interesting. We are, if that's what it is, we're seeing a lot of it.
Being a female, and this is what gets women. I'll be honest with you. I've gotten...
Wait. Have I met my pause game equal? Did this man really just? Look at this. This is a work of art. This is glorious. God did not give this blessing to me alone. There is another man with the gift.
The bulk of the women in my life, by just leaving them alone, right? It wasn't a real game. It's just I just didn't want to really think do with them. I was just doing my own thing, building my life. Just...
At some point, the conclusion just might be that women just look like that. Yeah, something like that.
I wanted to, and then that's when they come around. If you chase and pursue women hard, right? If you let them know, hey, can I hang out? Can I hang out? Can I see you? They're gonna play you because they're gonna see, oh, this guy doesn't have that much value. He's obsessed with me. Like, what's so special about little old me?
Or what? If a man like me too much, I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. But if a boy don't like me, I'll be like, that's my husband. That's my husband.
So I just found out the boy who likes me, who I don't like back, is finally moving on from me because I rejected him.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Maybe I do like you now.
I love you.
Maybe no. Maybe you were just, yeah. Maybe you didn't find him attractive back when you thought he had no options, but now that he does, other women's verdict about him told you to like him more. Maybe that's what's going on. That's my husband. That's your nothing, ma'am. Yeah. Nose ring theory. Yeah, nose ring theory incoming.
Getting ignored. Like, yes. Read
She's
my text and don't respond.
Guys, they're giving you the cheat code. They're telling you stop chasing them, stop pursuing them, don't want them. Like, there's so many other things in life that you can enjoy besides a woman.
Well, okay, unfortunately, it isn't quite that simple. It's not as simple as just ignoring them. There are a lot of guys out there that are ignoring women. more than half of single men are ignoring them and they're not trying. And the ladies have no idea that that's happening. Outside of this, outside of the broader macro level meta issue where there aren't enough men in the game for them. They have no idea that the average guy is going, no thanks. Because those are guys in the not people zone. If you're a guy that's past the people zone, you're past the actually no. If you make it up into the upper end of the, oh, there's somebody knocking on my door. Hold on, I may need to pause for a second. Could be the maintenance guys. We have a leak in our bathroom. Hold on. Let me see if I can go get this.
I mean, look, life has so many different rewards and different things, and you're gonna pine after a woman and can I see you? I miss you. Leave them alone. They want you to not want them. This is what they're telling you. Don't want me so I can want you.
I love it.
Damn, girl. Let me take you out on a date. Get off my car then.
Wait, this is your car? I'll take the date.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Come to be more honest about my age. But I'm also 36.
Yuck. Nah, kidding. You want kids?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. I think those eggs are scrambled.
You make me bad. No, wait.
Okay.
You're sorry. You're sorry. You're sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, serious question. Do men want
So yes, the
to
plumber's
be
here.
with women anymore?
Hole in
as
our
a
ceiling is
collective?
finally getting fixed.
Do they actually want to date women?
Oh, hell no.
There's an epidemic that
Yeah, by the way, guys, I'm not rich. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment that's occasionally just decides to fall apart. No, Matt, it's Mossad, yeah. No, it wasn't. It was the plumber. Well, actually, no, maybe he's just going to gather up his implements to, kidnap me. But hey, we'll find out. It'll happen live on the stream whenever it does. Yeah, better watch me. You might be spy. I might have to speak in hushed tones for a little bit. But yes.
we need to talk about. Why is it that men ignore you in person? What's going on? Oh, for example, when I was in college, I was hanging out with this guy like on and off for a while. And I would see him at the bar all the time and he would never say anything to me, which was just, oh my God. But one time, my best friend went up to this girl that he was standing next to that he was like friends with. And she starts talking to her. And I'm with my friend, obviously. He looks at me, eyes wide open, and then turns around, walks away as fast as he possibly could all the way out the bar.
What the fuck do y'all do for us to make us men feel like we're being courted? We're a goddamn catch. Right. Oh, damn, girl, you went extra to let me know on this first date or second date or third.
Yeah, men don't ignore you in person. They just aren't interested. Right. So, yeah, again, going back to what we were saying earlier, it's only guys that are attractive enough that this works for. You have to actually be at least in the upper echelons of the maybe category, right? Because you got the not people zone, also known as the EGNs, you gross never. That's like 80% of guys for most women. And then between 15 and 19% of the guys are in the maybe, it's an option category. And then there's the 1 to 5% up at the top that's like, yes, that guy. I'll go with him. Absolutely want him. Those guys for sure, if they do the ignoring thing, drives girls crazy. Even if you're at the top of the maybe section, sometimes this type of behavior can put you over the top. There are certain behaviors like that that can vault you up in her rankings. That's a thing. That happens.
You really like me. You're not gonna let me slip out of your finger grips, you know?
Yeah, thing is the secondary zone isn't great either. Yeah, it's not great, but if you can get up from, right, the point is to get from there into the top tier category, which is possible. It's not easy.
They don't do
but you
anything
can.
for the most part. I'm gonna be honest. They just expect you to show up to the date. You got to plan the date. You got to pay for the date, make reservations. You got to just, they think the dating phase is just about them. That's why a lot of guys are tapping it out. They don't want to date and do this stuff because you're basically a slave. Let me just show you that you're the prize and you're a goddess and let me pedestalize you. And then the chicks are just sitting back, batting their eyelashes with cake tons of makeup on and with a $2 outfit. And then after that, they just.
And English. Anyone else think the women who ask these questions and make the vids never want a real answer? They want to imply guilt of someone else, usually men. That's a great point. Yeah, they don't. Well, yeah, and we know that you're right because the moment somebody does give them an answer, they hate it. They completely reject it. So no, they don't actually want, well, no, they don't want an actual true answer. They don't want the most obvious answer to their question. They're trying to guilt people into telling them what they want to hear. Because you'll notice that they're not just asking the question, there's a lot of framing going on as well. Right? That girl is saying, I'm scared earlier. Right? The girl's saying, I deserve. Or these girls, like, there's a lot of framing going on to put you in a mental space where you see this question and you think to yourself, well, I have to answer it in such a way that she gets what she wants. Otherwise, I'm a morally reprehensible person. I'm a bad guy. So it's not, you're right. It isn't just that they're asking the question. They're trying to get a specific answer from you. They're gaming the question to get the answer they want from you and to get the outcome that they want. Somebody come, swoop in and rescue me from this situation. Because if you don't, well, that would be bad. And I'm this poor, helpless angel. This table that deserves so much and I'm just not getting anything for it. And if somebody doesn't come rescue me, wow. The horror, the travesty. Please save me from this, right? And if you don't, well, you're a bad person. Yeah, it's for the all girly, don't feel that way comments. Yeah, from the other ladies and from the white knight men. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Yeah, exactly. Yes, girl. It do be like that for real is the proper answer. Framing harder than a Mexican carpenter. I like that. Yeah, but that's exactly what's going on. It's a manipulative question that's framed in a way to get the answer they want, which is rescue me, give me what I want, go fix this problem for me, or else you're a bad person. No, if you give them the actual answer, they blow a gasket.
You know, when they don't want you no more, they just reject you. They just get rid of you. Like, ask yourself, what are these women doing to make?
Who wants to bet the plumber at Matt's is a man and not some strong, independent woman? No, it's a strong, independent man. I can guarantee you that. It's the government's responsibility to take care of women. Aaron Clary's back. Aaron Clary sighting, everybody. Go sub to his channel and his ex. Not his ex, his Twitter. You know what I mean. Good to see you, man. Yeah, but we've made it the government's responsibility to take care of women. The problem with that is that the government really just means men because it comes from our tax dollars. Yeah, his ex, not his ex, exactly. Yeah, and a lot of guys, we're getting fed up with that. We don't want to just, right, because the problem with that is if the government is taking care of men, then men pay into the government. They are the ones who are the net taxpayers. They're the ones supporting all of this for them, but we don't get any benefits from women for it. Right? Why not just abolish that whole thing? Stop having the government take care of women. Get back to a place where women have to depend on individual men instead of depending on the collective of men. And then at least that way, guys can potentially get some rewards for it. Possibly. Yes, it's our money, but at least we don't have to listen to him. That's true. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, if you, that way, yeah. Well, and that's kind of the deal now, is if they just become maximum insufferable, then yeah, is it a better deal to just say, look, we'll subsidize your existence from a distance? Goonerment? Gooperment? Oh no. Yeah. I don't know. That's probably a solid point. For a lot of, well, and especially, it's not just that we don't have to listen to them, it's we don't have to bear the risk of taking on a woman who can absolutely ruin your life. Doesn't even have to divorce you to ruin your life. Can just be a contentious, reviling woman. Yeah, I think for a decent amount of guys, they're going to look at that and go, yeah, it's just a better deal overall for us to subsidize your existence and just let you live over there so that we can at least have some peace and quiet. It's going to be that way until we start actually dealing with women's behavior, holding them accountable to some kind of standard of behavior. It's going to be that way. Gooner Mensch? How did this end up in the chat? How did we get there? What does this mean? What is this new terminology? What does it mean and how did we arrive there? How can I utilize this particular new terminology? Like, I need to know what's the proper usage for it. Like, somebody put it in a sentence for me. Your chat evolves faster than Pokemon. Is that a sign of intelligence? I would hope. Maybe our chat is slightly above the 10 IQ average of most chats out there. Ubergooner? What are we doing, guys? Where are we going? Yeah, are we using the old term for goon or is it the current use for it? I think we're leaning modern. Yeah. At least 11 IQ, exactly. Yeah, I need somebody to put it in a sentence for me so I know how to use it. We have at least 20 IQ, thank you very much. Exactly. I'm undiagnosed, but we're pretty sure, yes. Gooner morale? Gooner morale? Okay, let's just leave that one behind. I don't... Okay, a Gooner Mensch is just a white knight beta simp. It's a mix of a Gooner with the Untermensch. Yeah, okay. Gooner Notorial. Oh, man. Guys, we're losing it. We're going off track. We lost the track like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, the Gooner Mensch is just a white knight. Okay, yeah. Okay. Goonerism versus feminism. Hey, that is the battle, I guess. Simp occupied government, yeah. What is happening? I don't understand what's happening either, but hey, we're having fun. It's a good time. Anyways, let's move on. Let's watch a little bit of this one, and then I definitely want to get to... I definitely want to get to the Kate Willett video. We gooned off the beaten path. No, no, no. No, you can't say that. No, that's too far. That's a goon too far. Yikes. Wow, she has 10 fingers. Yeah. She has something going for her. Oh my goodness. Guys, help me bring it back on track.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back to Alpha Central. I'm your host, Jack, and today we're taking a look at why men prefer to be single in the big 2026. But let's jump right in, right after you subscribe, of course. This video is made for strictly comedic/artistic purposes. No offense is intended towards any individual featured in this video.
You know what's the biggest difference between men in their 20s and 30s? Men in their 20s still want to find the one. They're still talking to them, spending energy time. Men in their 30s just want to be left alone by the one.
And soon enough, men in their 20s will feel the same way as well.
Actually, no. The men stopped dating because girls like you aren't loyal anymore, and they started to realize they were wasting their time trying to make relationships work with girls that ultimately didn't care about them. And now it's ruined everything.
The real problem is that most strong women these days are loud, masculine, and combative.
Out here,
we don't want loud, masculine, and combative. That's not fun. That's not... Right, we want sweet, we want soft, we want feminine, we want kind, supportive, nurturing, loving. Because that might actually make a good helper and a good mother to our children. Yeah.
Anymore because some lady just whack us. Facts.
Yeah, I'm the table, then who am I trading with?
It's so disappointing when we just want the bare minimum, but their minimum, they keep moving the goalposts.
What is the bare minimum? What is the bare minimum for a woman?
Oh, I've seen this one, yeah.
Let's go ahead. The women keep moving the goalposts, all right? I personally will wine, dine, and I'll fly you out. But my situation is now is that even doing that,
the girl goes, oh, it's not good enough because I have several of the men doing the same thing.
True.
So how do you
Right.
want them? When I get hold on.
Let's say don't ask for too much.
Hold up. I will only
He's just
invest
shutting
so
him down.
much if it's not reciprocated. Even if I'm even spending the money, right? If she's not reciprocating, then what the f- am I spending the money just to try?
Yeah, and these girls are not 10s either. That girl's a little rotund.
It's just a fact at this point. Women like this aren't looking for chemistry, they're looking for currency.
This is an evil
Both
world.
of them are a little
She
rotund.
said, why are you so scared of marriage? He said, here's why. A woman I was dating bought me a cologne, which made me extremely happy because she rarely bought me gifts. One day I looked at her phone and found a text she had sent. She said, I bought him the same cologne as yours so I can smell you in my house. You know how much pain in your chest that is, dog? What the?
I don't blame him. Nothing that crazy can easily push a man from happily ever after to never again.
How many guys do you think you
Yeah.
can put in the club if you're like really trying?
Alpha widowed. That's a thing. Rotund is being generous. Other adjectives apply. Yeah. But yeah, that's a thing that happens. If a guy ends up in that top 1% section and she just has just a little bit of an experience with him, she'll go, yes, this is it. I deserve this. This is the thing. And then she'll lock in mentally, emotionally, oftentimes physically with that man. And then for the rest of her life, she compares every guy that she's with to that guy. So she might end up settling for a guy in the maybe zone, the roster zone, because she can't actually lock that yes, please man down. But she'll pine away from him. She'll text him. She'll try to remind herself of him. She'll think of him while they're sleeping together. That's just the thing. So maybe this whole experiment of giving women infinite access to any potential man that they might encounter via social media and dating apps, ensuring that women end up alpha widowed all the time, maybe that experiment wasn't a great idea. Maybe things were a little bit more stable when the options pool was limited for everybody. And you had to just be content with what was available and what was around. Maybe that was better. Oh, but it limits, if women were to give up these dating apps and social media, that would limit their agency, their power. So, power doesn't make you happy. Agency doesn't make you happy, right? And these ladies are not happy with what they've gotten. They've gotten all the options. They've gotten access to those hyper attractive men who are happy to use them. They are not happy with the situation. Yeah, when they were restricted historically, they knew their husband was the only man they would have, or they would be left to perish. They didn't have nearly as much issue with finding the regular guy as a husband. Yeah, or finding him attractive. Right, when you're... Comparison is the thief of joy. Comparison, I would also argue, is the thief of attraction for women. If they're constantly comparing the guys that they're with to other men, yeah, it's going to be real hard for them to settle down. And even if they do force themselves to, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really difficult. Because that whole time she's going to have in the back of her mind that, I just want to smell this alpha dude again. Yeah.
None. You were trying, it was like a challenge that...
6.
6, okay, one night, 6. Oh, yeah, that's respectable. Get a guy's number right now.
Oh no.
I'm gonna give you a prize.
Hey, what's the prize? What's the prize?
You're gonna find out if you get the number.
Right, come on then.
Wait, what happened?
No, I didn't answer, you just have to wait. What if I find someone else to do it for and I can watch you do it?
Now we're filming on the Meadows for the video. You know that already. Yeah. And now, yeah, any guy. Or genuinely, ask the other guy.
Can I get your number?
Yeah.
Why?
Comparison equals social media. Social media is a comparison engine. It is a comparison facilitator. Comparison is the thing that destroys a woman's ability to desire a normal husband, a normal man. Constant comparison to everyone out there in her whole region. Right? Social media is the engine that drives that comparison. It's rough. Yes, maybe not a great experiment, exactly.
Because why not?
Oh, I see her just walk out to a guy and ask her.
Yeah, you do. That's what you do with it. Chris, why not?
Because maybe she thinks you're attractive and cute.
Yeah.
No, sorry. That's a very weird reason.
What the hell?
This woman can pull 6 guys in a night. You could have fooled me. She couldn't even pull a single phone number.
When did like going to the bar
Yeah,
become
not
like
one.
such a bad thing? I thought like being social and like going out with your friends was supposed to be healthy, and now it's like looked down upon. Just because I want to get a drink and hang out with friends and meet new people does not mean that I'm like low value or passed around. I'm also in my 20s. What else is there to do? Like, this is like a very normal thing. And also, if you're not talking to any girls at the bar, where are you talking to girls? I would love to hear that.
It's never just having a drink or meeting new people. Bartenders will tell you some horror stories about girls at the bars.
As a female, honestly, I could see why dudes be hating us or getting mad. I went on a date last night. He was very nice, you know, picked me up, took me to dinner, and, you know, I made sure we had the best time.
Put your chest away, woman.
The best time of our life. I was nice. Like, he would have never been able to think that in my head, I'm just thinking about how this man has never seen me again.
Look at that.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. You're the perfect example of why men are so hesitant for first dinner dates.
Can you tell us why
Megan the horse. Yeah.
you single?
Why am I single?
Yeah.
Because I think I'm just too bad for everyone. They can't handle it.
They can't handle you?
They can't.
Admonish. Goy chested.
Nah, come on, get in.
Hey, bro. Hey, you single, bro?
I'm single.
Why you single, man?
Why?
Yeah.
Because I choose to be.
To what?
You want me to say it in the mic?
Yeah.
I'm single because I choose to be.
He's also very drunk. She's like,
Hey, bro, you happy, aren't you?
I'm pretty sure that he's had enough to drink, but he still managed to make a great point.
Yeah.
In the house. I love us women, but like I'm tired of going to events.
Yeah, that last one, that was the whole dichotomy in a nutshell. I'm single because I'm just a baddie and people can't handle me. The dude comes in, I'm single because I'm happy. Right, yeah. The truth comes out.
With the girls. Girls, and there's like 2 men in the corner like
Yeah, he's happy now because he was with the baddie.
deal with it.
Yeah, can't handle and don't want to handle are two very different things. Exactly.
Man, y'all don't want to leave your house. No, stay away.
Guys, yeah, I need an admonish button. I need to program that onto my controller. I need a drop for that.
Stay away. We are in the house. Gym, home, work, home again. Maybe
Bro's looking comfortable.
Maybe go to dad house. That's about it. We in the house. You said leave you alone. You chose the bear.
It's almost like running a nationwide PR campaign against men had consequences.
Almost.
Question, where are we meeting the men that actually want to date and be in a relationship? Because it's not the dating apps. It's not the coffee shops. I've been trying that. I've been trying that for a while now. Definitely not the bars. Not at my age, because they're all like 21, 22, so they definitely don't want to be in a relationship, and I definitely do not want to be a cougar. Nothing wrong with that, just not my type. I, again, tend to go about 8 to 10 years older than me. I found out even those don't want to date for a relationship. Even they are still figuring things out. Yeah, they are. So where are we meeting the ones that want to date and be in a relationship? That want to...
They're around, you're just not attracted to them. Yeah, dishonor on you, dishonor in your cow. Exactly. Yeah, they don't want to be in a relationship with you. That's another interesting one. So you've heard the thing about like add the 2 words with you to the end of like whatever a woman says. Do the same thing with a guy with options. Same math. Again, it's just economics at work.
Date to eventually get into a relationship, that are dating to see if we're compatible for a relationship, not other things. No. I need to know because I have yet to find them.
Well, if she keeps looking in bars and on dating apps, she's definitely not going to find them.
So I just came across her, okay? And she is upset because every time she seems to go out, it's undesirable men and men that she says are quote unquote
Figuring things out, just want to be left alone. Well, yeah, and that's another thing. A lot of these guys, they have code too. They don't want to tell you that you're just, they're just not interested in you. They don't necessarily want to hurt your feelings either. A lot of times, yeah, they'll just say, I'm just figuring it out. Even in the fog of war, yeah. Oof, yeah, we got a bit of a Gorlock. Whoops.
ugly and unattractive are the men that always
the talons.
and that is hurting her confidence because she knows that she's so pretty and so beautiful and they're not even in her league.
Okay, dude.
Listen,
All right.
listen, take it from me. If you're constantly getting swiped right on by a certain type of guy, approached by a certain type of guy, invited out on dates by a certain type of guy, that indeed is your league. They are within your league and you are within their league. Have you ever heard
Exactly.
that, you attract what you are? If there's a scintilla of truth to that.
Right, and this goes back to the other girl earlier who was saying, well, my standards aren't that high. They're attainable. I just can't keep any of those guys. No, same thing. If you can keep it, then that is your level. Right? If you can't keep it, you are dating out of your level. That just is how it is. But look at this. We got some tears about it.
This is the prime example.
It's exactly
you attract what you eat. Goonlock the Destroyer. Man, we've unlocked a whole new vocabulary. Yes, this is next level. We're having fun this time.
like you said, you don't attract what you think you deserve. You attract people at your level.
My name is Sade.
Rob.
Nice to meet you, Rob. How old are you?
33.
Okay, we're about the same age. So are you single, dating, married?
Single.
Why are you single?
I think women expectations are very high, but also, you know, the life-work balance is kind of difficult, especially with...
My standards are attainable. I just can't keep it. Homegirl can't tell the difference between a high jump and flying. Yeah, big difference.
Inflation,
That's a good analogy. I like that.
Women want a lot of attention. Sometimes they're trying to, you know, stick to the goal. So it's kind of hard to balance both. They want the greatest dates in the world, but they don't want to share exactly what it is they like. A perfect example is my buddy. He recently went on a date, and the young lady didn't like it. Like, she told him, like, flat out, the date was okay, you know, and he was like, well, I was asking you, did you like this type of restaurant, that type of restaurant? You know what she told him?
When we were talking about being attractive, we didn't mean become so big you have a gravitational pull. Guys. Begone, Shigoi. Oh my goodness. Chat today is undefeated. You guys have stepped it up.
You should just know. And that was kind of crazy.
You should just know sounds exhausting. If it's a first date and she's already playing games, that's a hard pass from me.
I'm not sure who needs to hear this out there, but when it comes to approaching a woman, an overwhelming majority don't want to be approached. Now, this information comes from, I asked the question, what's a way to approach a woman where they would feel safe and comfortable? And over the last couple of days, probably 2,200 different comments have come through, and I'd say at least 90%.
It's the astrology they get fat to emulate planets. They want to be a part of the celestial sphere. Well, I guess that, hey, if that's your sort of like heaven, then that's how you would achieve salvation. You become one of the stars that you worship, I guess.
Maybe more of them, where we don't want to be approached or don't approach. So if you're a
Mormon
man
maxing
and you're thinking about approaching a woman, the best advice is don't.
And of course, if you don't...
Yeah, that is funny. Mormons trying to have their own planet. Astrology girls trying to be the planet.
They'll complain about how they're not being approached as well.
I tried booty calling a man last night, and he called me and was like, hey, so I actually think that it would make more sense if I like took you to dinner first before we did that. Why was I upset? I was upset. All I wanted is a man to take me to dinner, and now I'm upset that he won't come over. But we could still do dinner later. But like tonight, I want to hang out. He said, I'd rather not. I'm the problem. But instead of, I'm not going to ever say that I'm the problem. I'm going to blame all the prior men in my life that led me to this moment to now be this problem.
Okay.
So it's all your faults anyways.
I'm a victim of my circumstances. It was done to me. I was programmed this way by other people that I interacted with. So, yeah, I am not responsible for any of what I've done. She admitted to cope, yeah. The most effective way to attract the male gaze is to be so wide that you dominate their field of vision. Oh, man. We're having a good time. Not my fault for being a 304. Yeah, that's no moon. Yeah, it was just a joke. She's definitely, yeah. She means it. That's no moon. It's a space station.
Wow, we were so close to actually having a moment of accountability there.
70% of men
So
are
close.
choosing to stay single. And I don't even blame them, and this shouldn't be a shock to anybody. Dating in this generation is so impossible, and I can talk about it for literally days. It feels like every single woman in this generation is either a gold digger or a bop or both. And so, yeah, a lot of men are saying, we choose to be single. We're not going to deal with this anymore. And I get it. I wouldn't either. That sounds awful. But it's crazy because you'll see women come online and be like, men are so sad and they're so single and they're so alone, but not me. I'm having a good time, just the men are having a bad time. And I was like, girl,
Sure.
be so serious for 2 minutes.
Take it from someone who knows this lady used to be a decorated veteran on the streets.
Ooh.
Bored with women.
Woof.
Women, you focus on
That's no goon. It's a space station.
your girlfriend,
Guys.
the car you drive, the house you live in, the clothes you wear, your nails, your hair, your makeup, all the Botox and all the treatment you do, the fillers, the job.
Its thermal exhaust port is only 2 meters wide. It just impacted on the surface. Guys, we probably shouldn't. Oh man. But it is funny.
The butt tuck, the liposuction, and the list goes on and on. And when a man takes you out, you open your mouth and his head hits the table and he goes, not another one. There's no substance. There's no quality about you. Where's your virtue? Where's your dignity?
Yeah, I'm afraid modern women mentality and dignity don't really belong in the same sentence.
So today, Teen Vogue publishes this article. Young women are more liberal than young men, and it's making dating harder. Is it though? Or are women just having to face the reality that feminism lied to us about what qualities are actually attractive? And
They-
28 from Arizona said she screenshots dating app profiles when they mention a disqualifier for women that they date that seems unfair, like being liberal, being bisexual, or not wanting to have kids.
Which are all perfectly fair. Yeah.
They don't seem that outrageous. Another
Aren't you a little short to be a Chad?
said she loved falling in love with a Trump-supporting conservative man until he made her feel bad about how many guys that she had previously slept with. But is it at all possible that maybe that wasn't slut-shaming, just an honest conversation about premarital?
Let's be real. When it comes to women, conversations about that particular topic are anything but honest.
So this woman was in a restaurant. She's looking around and all she sees is other women. Nobody on a date. No man and woman on a date. Just women, as she said, dating each other. So the commentary is that men don't want to be on dates anymore. They don't want to go out with women because it's a waste of time and money. So my question is, do men ever like going on a date? Do men like going on dates? They like going to restaurants and trying different foods and things
No.
like that. Is it something that they only did because women like to do it? If
Yes.
I'm going to get in a relationship and I say I want to go
Yeah.
to a restaurant. Am I making him do
I don't want to speak for you guys, but at no point did I ever actually enjoy like this stuff that we were doing on dates. That was never the point. That was never what I wanted to do, which is why I don't really buy it when you have a lot of the sort of blue pill guys saying, oh, we got to keep dating your wife. That's how to keep your marriage going, right? You got to keep going on dates and doing this type of stuff. And it's like, well, okay. Why did you take me out to get food? Because I wanted to hang out with you. You were the thing. Yeah, well, hey, it depends on the day. Okay, that's true. There are some dates that were fun. There were many that were just like, okay, this is a chore. I'm just doing this. And the person that I'm talking to is just boring. I don't want to be here. The thing itself isn't enough to justify. Put it this way. I want you to want ice cream. Yeah. Right. The thing that the date, the activity on the date is not enough for most guys to justify just going out and doing it on our own. But we saw dinosaur bones, we saw fossils. Right, but if I was a guy, I would not go out and just do that by myself. The only thing that made it fun was the fact that I was hanging out with an interesting person while I was doing it. It was never the date. It was the things that you do on the date, if it's a good date, facilitate fun. They facilitate having a good time with the person. But it's that with the person part of it that guys are after. And that's something that translates to a lot of other places beyond just, hey, we're going to go look at fossils, and dinosaurs and stuff. So, hold on back. Wait, okay. What did I say? If I was a guy. Wait, what? I don't know. I can't be held responsible for what I say because I'm not paying attention to what comes out of my mouth. I'm gonna use the she-goy response on this one. I don't know, dinosaur fossil seems pretty cool. Yeah, but think about what the average date is most of the time. If I was a girl. If I was a guy. When did I say? I don't know what I said. I can't remember what context I said or what I said. Okay, fine. Whatever. We've been doing trap confirmed. Conservative manosphere. It's just in conservative manosphere YouTuber is actually a trans woman. Mossad psyop. Yeah. Guys, I confess. I am actually not I am actually a woman. And I am actually employed by Mossad. All the bad things, yeah. But yeah, there goes your 7K. Yeah, it's gone. That's it. Unsolving. No wonder he can talk for so long. Oh my goodness. Much pew pew. Yeah. Just confirm your account numbers in the chat. Yeah. Man, we're losing it today. You tricked us? Yes. Look, the thing that was the hardest was the beard. Do you know how hard it is to grow a beard? I missed the pee-pee joke. I did miss the pee-pee joke. I didn't get it. Employed by Mossad, but at least it means you're employed. Yeah. Oh, man. Anyways, is there any way to get this? Do not redeem. Sir. The beard. How much testosterone did you take for the beard woman? Yikes. Yeah. I don't know what to do anymore. Guys, we lost it. We lost the plot this time. We tried to stay on the rails. We tried to turn this into something serious. Anyways, what was I saying? Something about dates. Going on dates. Do guys enjoy dates? The vast majority of the time, no. We don't go out and do date stuff by ourselves. And yeah, the thing that makes it enjoyable is if you're with a woman that's enjoyable to be with. But that's the thing you're looking for while you're on the date is, does this person that I'm with elevate the experience that I'm having with my life? Because if they are on this date, the hope is that they will elevate my life everywhere all the time as well. You know, and the date is just sort of a catalyst for that. Date things. Yeah. Dates suck. I prefer being a planet. You're just attracting people to you that way. Interesting. Hey, it's 2026. Whatever strat works. Yeah, coffee dates. Yeah, coffee dates are point. I don't even drink coffee, which is maybe I'm a little biased because I don't drink coffee. I don't enjoy coffee houses or any of that stuff. I'm not up on the coffee scene. I don't care. If I'm going on a coffee date, I'm not even getting a coffee. So yeah, there's nothing enjoyable about that. You're just going to talk, and that's just it. Most of it is just facilitating talking. It's fine. It's fine, but it's not something that we're gonna seek out as guys. Anyways, whatever. That's not to say that I don't enjoy doing fun stuff. Yeah. Yeah, when we did go to Tim Hortons, and it was for them Timbits. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to some place for just to sip some tea. I want something scrumptious, something delicious. So that even if the date was bad, then hey, at least I got to eat something yummy. Yeah, the double doubles on point at Timmy. Yeah, their sandwiches are good too. Anyways, all that to say, maybe this is what, anytime you get into hyperbole and absolutes, people just absolutely destroy you. It does depend on the date. It depends on the thing. But most date things, most date activities, men do not find enjoyable. They are there to try to They're trying to get the woman into their life. It's the entry point. It's the on-ramp to the relationship. Once they're on that freeway, they would like to leave most of those things behind. Just saying. And I don't really know that women really enjoy that stuff too much either, because they don't really do a lot of those things by themselves, do they? Like date activities? Are the ladies going out and like going antiquing or something? I don't know. Actually, antiquing might be kind of fun. I don't know. There's some cool old stuff out there.
Something that he doesn't want.
Normalize, change my alternator dates. Exactly. Metal concert. Okay, but that's a different example. My wife and I have done stuff like that where we went and saw Vola. We took a trip last year down to LA and saw Vola. It's a great show. That was fun. We had a blast. That type of stuff is great. But how many women are going on metal concert dates to go see like Slipknot or Sleep Token or something like that? Not many. They want to go to the petting zoo, right? And you as a guy are just like, oh my gosh. Okay, it's an animal, it's fuzzy, but it smells bad and I'm tired and I could be doing something useful with my time. And all right, I guess this is fine. Real husband energy with antiquing. Gay. Hey, like, you'd be surprised. Yeah, exactly. You never know what you're going to find. Could be some old like steampunk trinket. Could be cool.
Rather stay home. What do you guys think?
I think if women started paying for the first date, men might actually be interested in dating again. But we all know that'll never happen.
I'm just going to talk about this comment that was left on one of my videos, and there's quite a
yeah, rather go to a gaming arcade? That would be a really fun date. That could be fun. I'm just saying, the average like coffee or dinner date, not super enjoyable to most guys. A lot of times it's really expensive. And it's, you know, stuffy and you gotta spend a bunch of time prepping, and most of the time the girl you're hanging out with doesn't really have much of a personality, and so she's expecting you to carry all the conversation, and she's auditioning you, and she's not bringing anything to the table. Yeah, it's maybe that's part of it. Is for a lot of guys, myself included, we just had really unfun experiences, and part of it was the person as well, and so that kind of turned us off to the whole going out and doing stuff thing. I don't know. Maybe that's part of it.
Few men that leave similar comments.
Take her to the rifle range. Yeah, that'd be great.
That, you know, this is why men are staying single, and this is obviously not all men, but there is a reason why men do this, and the reason that men say I'm staying single, which in other terms basically means I'm also willing to have a string of hookups that mean nothing to get my own needs satisfied, is that the reason that they do this is because they are not willing to face themselves.
Yeah.
Any man that says, you know, I'm staying single is because they do not want to be in a situation that is causing them to...
Well, okay, yeah, the lack of actual personality and independent thought is a huge issue. Well, I wonder if part of that may be, now that you mention that, part of it could just be consensus. A lot of times women, most of the time, they're going to formulate their opinions based on consensus. They're going to seek consensus. And yeah, so a lot of their talking points are going to sound like everybody else's talking points that they're interacting with. So, yeah. And it could be a lot of time they're not really engaging a conversation with you because they don't know how to build a consensus with you. Maybe that's part of it. Oh my goodness. The plumber's working on stuff. I can hear that. Bull Shark, you can usually tell how a conversation with a girl will go if you get to know her relationship with her parents. If you get to know what her relationship with her parents is. Yeah, that's a good point. Did she respect her dad? Did her dad establish boundaries and discipline early on? Does she respect that? That has a massive impact on how she's going to behave with you, how she's going to treat you. Massive. So that's a good point. What would your ideal date be? You and your wife doing whatever you want, no questions, complaints from her? Well, she typically doesn't really complain about anything that we end up doing, so I wouldn't be worried about that. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't really go out and do stuff very much. most of the time what I want to do, and maybe I'm speaking for introverts everywhere. A lot of times I just want to stay home, watch a movie on the couch, play some video games. Just be like, hey, wife, let's play Planet Crafter or No Man's Sky or something. But if we're going to go out and do something, maybe, if there's a good movie, which is very rare these days, I love watching a good movie on a big IMAX screen, like big epic war movie or something like that. I don't know. That could be really fun. A day at the range could be really fun as well. I haven't done that in a while. It's getting really expensive. I mean, everything's getting expensive. That's the problem, is like, I have trouble thinking about this because I don't do this stuff because it's all so expensive. All the fun stuff is really expensive. And so I just tell myself, I can't really do it because I don't want to spend money on this stuff. To me, it's like, yeah, sure, it's fun for a day. But man, that's pricey. And I can't justify blowing up that much money just so that I can have a good time for a little bit. Practicing your draw is free. Yeah. Project Hail Mary was good. Yeah, and we saw that. That was the last movie we saw in theaters. I think that was before Gunnar was... Yeah, that was before Gunnar was born. And, yeah, we went and saw Project Hail Mary. That was fun. That was good. It was great. That type of thing, yeah.
Face parts of themselves that have been denied, that have been repressed, where they are not taking accountability for the way that they show up in relationships. And obviously, if they're not in relationship or opening themselves up to the right person, they're not going to have this mirroring. And so by isolating and saying, this is why men are staying single, it's just basically another way of saying, I don't want to face myself.
This is a delusional take. Men aren't running away from relationships. We're running away from nonsense like this.
Right, but it's cope. They have this idea in their mind that nothing that happens is their fault. It cannot be my responsibility that I'm not getting dates or that guys aren't going out with me. So they have to work backwards from there to figure out what it might be. Why would men avoid dating? So they think about it from their perspective, and then they project what they would be doing in that situation. She didn't really describe any of what the men are doing. She described what she's would do and may actually be doing herself. It's a lot of static when you play the videos. Yikes. It could be the man, I'm still trying to figure out how to do this properly. I have a filter on it that's supposed to try to filter out the background music in their videos so that I don't get demonetized. It's a little touchy. It doesn't really work that great all the time. Also, there's been some people were saying that there's trouble with the audio, like the audio is scratchy and bad. And I went back and listened to my recordings on my computer and it was fine in those spots. And then I go and listen to the live stream recording on YouTube and it's bad. So there is something happening on YouTube's side of it after I send it that is also distorting things and making it sound bad as well. So, do you happen to take video requests? I only ask because I have one that I think might have some valuable insights. I do have, there's a channel there's stuff over on the Discord for that. Different levels of access can, if you put it into just like I don't know, where are we putting it now? It might be general media or content ideas. If you put it in the content ideas one, I can take a look at that eventually. If you have access to the content reaction request, that one requires like a higher level membership. But if you have access to that, then I will definitely look at it. So that's what that's for. Anyways.
Sit and think about this, and I had to ask myself, when is the last time a man came up to me and wanted to get to know me or exchange numbers? And it's been a long time. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it definitely has me questioning myself.
I mean, if you are going to start checking
maybe you
yourself,
should question yourself.
You should probably start by maybe checking your energy, checking your aura, checking your mannerisms, checking how your facial expressions are coming off to the world. A lot of women, most women walk around with a very nasty attitude. A lot of women walk around very irritable, very disrespectful, very mean, just very unapproachable. So I think if you are going to start there. You and a lot of other women should start there and try to acknowledge, what am I doing? How am I coming off to the world? Secondly, I think a lot of men are just kind of tired of knowing that most women are looking for help and they're not really looking for love. A lot of men are starting to catch on to the fact that as soon as they do exchange numbers with a lot of y'all, all of a sudden your hair needs to be done, and now all of a sudden you ain't ate in 3 days, and a bill has been backed up for the last 3 months, and and a lot of times when men ask y'all for your names, y'all got the audacity to throw out y'all Cash App number.
If approaching men comes with a bill and an attitude, it's honestly no wonder so many men are checking out.
A lot of men just don't date anymore. Intimacy has become completely conditional. It's so funny because if a man fails to meet a woman's needs in a relationship, oh my god, she can post a video about it and then
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess we're having issues with this this video. Some static in this one. I don't know what's going on with that. It might be a YouTube thing. I don't know. I'll have to look at it later. But if it's on the YouTube side, then I'm not sure what to do with it about it. YouTube, very glitchy. But then again, so is OBS. It's great. Anyone know the probability of meeting a woman who has an OF account? Too high for me? Well, if she's between 18 and 25, it's about 1 in 10. My audio is fine as video? Yeah. Sample rates are fine. That's not the issue. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. It's probably the filter that, because I have a noise suppressor filter that's supposed to be stripping background audio and their music out of it so I don't get demonetized from their licensed music. But yeah, that could be freaking out. Maybe I need to get a better one. 10% is crazy. Yeah, 10%. Well, yeah, so here's how the math breaks down. So it's something like 1.2 million women have an OF account in that age range, 18 to 24, 18 to 25 at this point. That's what they would be, because it's been a year since this data came out. So it's 1.2 million, and that is about 10% of the total population of that age range. It's about 10 to 12 million women in that age range. It's not a ton of women, but yeah, it is about 10%. It's not great.
thousands of comments of women in support of that. But if a man wants a little bit more physical touch in his relationship, he's...
If approaching comes with a bill, that's just pre-steps to the world's oldest profession. Exactly. Right. Doesn't mean they're succeeding, but the fact that they have an account period is an issue. Well, is that nationwide or USA? I think it's... it is mostly USA. Shoot, what was it? Yes, and because I remember somebody else did ask that question. It's because it's not actually that popular outside of the US, from what I understand. It's something like 1.4 million total, and no, actually, I think they were only counting data from US accounts in it. I'd have to go back and look. But yes, somebody did ask that question already. Yeah. Yeah, now realize that most OF subscribers are married men. Yeah. That's an interesting one. You would think it would be the single guys who are simping, but I don't know. Yeah, a lot of the single guys are, the ones sort of on the outside of the bubble. Life hasn't been going that great for them a lot of times. So, yeah. It's not because of the pictures, it's the chat app. Oh, okay. Crusty old farts with expendable income and they spend it. Yeah, single guys don't have that much money to spend on it. Okay, yeah, but so they want somebody to talk to as well. And they want to, probably get requests and things like that. Really speaks to the state of the marriage and church. Yeah. Correct, most users are married men. So we'll blame the single men. That will fix it. Yes, that will totally fix it. Yeah. Basically, they pay the cute girl to talk nice to them. That's really sad. It's like the single guys are like, nah, I'm just not going to deal with this at all. Are your comments visible? Yes, they are. I don't respond to all of them. Sorry. It's never the woman they're either talking to men. Yeah, interesting.
The problem? He's the problem every time he has a need or want? Not only that, but a lot of men, once they actually commit to a woman, have noticed the intimacy drop to almost nothing or nothing. But her
there we go. Full circle right back. So she's cause mentioned. Intimacy dead in marriages. Did I redeem? Yeah, you did. Probably.
Out of the relationship grow or stay the same. How is that fair? Why would he want to date? He gets nothing that he wants out of it.
If women's needs are empowering and men's needs are problematic, can you really blame men for giving up on dating?
Yeah, exactly. Do you guys know of any churches that are guy-friendly in the Bay Area? That's a good question. I don't have an answer. I wish I did. I don't know of any.
First of all, it's really easy to say that you don't want a relationship when a woman doesn't want a relationship with you. Women have collectively decided to raise their standards, and the truth is a lot of men these days don't.
And the cute girl is likely some dude at a call center. Yeah. In like Thailand, little ladyboy action. I don't know. Woof. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of those guys are probably getting duped. They're just money straight up stolen. But hey. Sheesh. The static you're hearing, it might be the plumber, because he's ripping some stuff apart right now. He's going to town with a sawzall. A little ladyboy action. Please do not. I know that's the danger. That's the danger of streaming, is you create moments that can easily be clipped. Yeah, Aaron Clary talked about this. Married women shut down adult time with their husbands, so the husbands go online and take care of it themselves. Then we blame the men. Yeah. It's all AI these days anyway, which is why, yeah, that part of it. I'm surprised that OF is still such a thing. Why are guys paying for this when they can just go get an AI thing? A lot of them are. Woof. But yeah, Aaron Clary does have a point. I get what people are saying, that you don't want to like victim blame the women when their husbands are addicted to porn. I get that. But if she's roughly the size of a battle station, right? If that's no small moon, and she refuses to allow access at all anyway, well, then yeah, she bears some of the responsibility. It turns out more than one thing can be true at the same time. More than one person can bear responsibility for a situation. That is possible. So, yeah, I tend to think that yes. And a big part of it too is you need to look at the order of operations. Where does it start? So what the guys are doing, going in on OF and they're talking to chatbot girls, that's downstream of the woman's decision to cut off access. Usually the best way to solve a problem is at the source. So maybe we should look at it that way.
Meet those standards. A man being able to only pay the light bill is not going to cut it. Women want financial stability. This isn't new. Y'all try to act like it's new, but it's not. Back in the days, women didn't have bank accounts, didn't have jobs. They did select partners who could financially provide for them and their future children. Stop acting like women these.
Right. And yeah, those women also brought something to the table and submitted to his rule. You want to have all of those same things that those women back then had, and have the bank account and credit card to yourself, and be able to run the house and be in charge of everything. You want it all. That's what you're really saying.
Things are so new, and what's wrong with them? And this is so.
Uncle Owen, this incel's got a bad motivator. That's funny. Okay. Man, I keep cutting off these videos early, because it doesn't take much to get the point. So there, that if you want to watch that later, there it is in the chat. Unironically, I haven't ever gone into streaming sites, but I have chatted with streamers. They're way better company, even only via text, than many IRL women. Yeah. Yeah, I'm at the point where I don't feel, where I don't blame these young men for having AI anime waifus. I feel sad for them, but I can't blame them. Yeah. Yeah, pause game plus 50 XP. Exactly. Guys, not only is it the primary gift that God gave me, I am leveling up with each live stream. So, just be aware of that. But yeah, I think, do we get the point of this one? I think we get the point of this one. Do we want to watch this one? I'm not sure what's going on with... This is more of the same channel. Let's watch a tiny bit of this one because I think this is a slightly different idea. These women are employing tactics and it's not working for them.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back to Alpha Central. I'm your host, Jack, and today we're taking a look at desperate women failing to find husbands. But let's jump right in, right after you subscribe, of course. This video...
AI anime waifus are cringe. Only human-drawn anime waifus are acceptable. Yeah, unfortunately, those ones, the hand-drawn ones, don't really work as chatbots. Well, maybe you could have the AI take over after you draw it. I don't know. Home Depot cruising for a dude. That's a thing that they're trying. Is it working? I don't know. Home Depot is my favorite store. Well, that's the problem, is they're figuring that out.
Made for strictly comedic/artistic purposes. No offense is intended towards any individual featured in this video.
Why I'm no one's wife yet? I have no idea, because here I am cooking dinner in my David Tennant t-shirt, looking adorable.
To you. Right. This is like comfort wear that that you find enjoyable. But what man is going to look at this and go, aha, yes, this is my bride. She clearly puts in so much effort into everything in her life. Billy Relish. The hair color is on point for that, yeah. Yeah.
I'm taking husband applications.
The nose ring's enough reason to stay away from this woman.
I should have been more clear about these DMs. I'm taking husband applications. So you got to submit a paper.
No, okay. All right, we're done with that one. We don't need that one. You guys can look that one up on your own if you want to see it. This is the video I was... Tumblr man, probably. David Tennant's pretty awesome. Oh, sure. There's some of that, yeah. He did go along with the latest, like, absolute destruction of the whole Doctor Who thing. So, there's that. But, yeah, Home Depot's kind of nerve-wracking. There's like 200 employees per one customer at one near me. Yeah, and all of those 200 employees want a piece of you. Yeah, David Tennant is really woke. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean his performance. Yeah. Back when actors were just actors, you could just appreciate them for their acting. That's no fun that you can't do that anymore. Okay. Let's see what Kate Willett has to say about it. Kate's interesting. By the way, it was fun watching the other day. So hold up. Let's see what the results of this were. Let's go to her channel. So she had a post the other day asking this. Okay, so 3 days ago. Men, I've heard from many of you that some of the loudest voices do not accurately represent the, quote, red pill philosophy. I'm interested in having a conversation with men you believe reflect these philosophies accurately on my upcoming podcast. Please drop individuals you recommend. Let's see here. Hey, Jonathan. I also came here to say effective purpose. Effective purpose. Matt from Effective Purpose. I recognize, what's funny is I recognize most of these people's accounts. Matt from Effective Purpose. Yep. So basically, Matt from Effective Purpose. Yeah, Far From Eden. Yeah, Effective Purpose. Channel about accountability. Effective Purpose. Darluck would be better. Maybe, I don't know. He's not really around anymore. Effective Purpose is also 100%. Yeah, so basically, the Reclaimers absolutely mogged her post. They just swarmed. I'm gonna do it. Wait, no, I'm on the wrong one for that. You said Rolo? Yeah. Yeah. Rolo's pretty picky about who he talks to, it seems. So I don't know if he would talk to her. He might. Anyways, I just thought that was funny. She put out the call and the whole Discord server absolutely invaded. So, okay, let's see what she has to say.
63% of men under the age of 30 in the United States are single. You've probably heard that stat before, but here's the other side of it that nobody sat with long enough to think through. After the age of 40, that pattern flips. Women become way more likely to be unpartnered than men. The group that had every option at 25 is now the group with the fewest options at 42. And that's not my opinion. That's Pew Research data. The conversation for the last 2 years has been about men walking away. That was only half the story. The other half is what happens on the receiving end, when men quietly remove themselves from the dating market. Not loudly, not with a manifesto, just gone. The damage is not theoretical anymore.
Well, and that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. So, some of you guys are saying, okay, to win the perception battle, wouldn't we need to make it known when guys are leaving the church? Yeah. Because she's right. That's what's happening when guys check out of institutions, of church, of life, of everything. They don't say anything. They're just gone. And so nobody knows. And so they have this perception that, well, nothing we're doing is bad. It's just, they just wanted something else. They just went somewhere else because nobody told them. So yeah. Yeah, she's whispering. Yeah. The filter is strong with this one. A woman whispering is better than a woman talking loudly, at least. Well, yeah, could be. Could be nagging and screaming. The apathy will continue until the laws improve. But yeah, a big part of it is like if you want to win the perception battle, you got to start actually making some noise. If you just quiet quitting and walking away without saying anything. Yeah.
In the data, and women are starting to see it. So here's what we're getting into today. 4 parts: the exit, the assumption it broke, the correction it triggered, and the window that makes all of it urgent. Let's get into it. So let's start with the exit, because the strangest thing about the biggest shift in modern dating is that nobody saw it happen. The phrase that I keep coming back to is the quiet exit, because that's what makes this different than every other cultural shift that we've seen around dating. There was no big movement, no big hashtag, no trending content, or massive collective decision.
Yeah.
Men simply stopped engaging. They stopped showing up. 59% of young men are currently single. According to the American Survey Center, 57% of young men feel pessimistic about finding a suitable partner. Not angry, not bitter, pessimistic. That's a different.
Right. And that's just it. You look at the stats on how men perceive women, and it's not angry, it's not bitter. They actually are very positive about women. They're just very pessimistic about women at the same time. And the reason this is so quiet is, again, this is individual men doing the math in their head, having the experiences with the dating environment, being treated certain ways by lots and lots of women. And those individual men just decide, well, this ain't worth it. I'm out. And then those individual men scale up to an entire society. This scales up to that 57%.
Word, and it points to a different psychology. Pessimism is the result of the cost-benefit analysis that came back negative. It's a man who looked at what dating requires of him, then looked at the odds of it producing something meaningful, and came to the conclusion that the math just doesn't work. And when enough men run that calculation and end up in the same place, you don't get a protest.
It scales
you get
up.
Vacancy. 91% of men, according to Forbes, believe that dating is now more difficult than it has ever been. 91%. That's not a fringe take. That's near unanimous. And the response to that difficulty for a growing number of men has not been just try harder. They tried that. Now it's try less. Or just stop trying entirely. Now.
Yeah, exactly. How long have we been saying the try harder message? And it has not been producing results. We've been trying that for a long time. If the boomer bootstrap method was going to work, it would have worked by now. Right? And that's why I keep pointing not to the guys who are doing less as my examples. I don't point to the guys who are actually just haunting their parents' basement, covered in Cheeto dust, also the size of a battle station themselves. Neck bearded and, anime waifu body pillow. I don't reference them. The guys that I reference are the guys who they're putting their life together. They're trying to achieve things. They are achieving things in a lot of cases. They present themselves well. They're articulate. They're doing the things. They're becoming something, and it's still not enough. And even if they do get into the club, the rewards end up looking a lot more like punishments. I talk about those guys because that is the canary in the coal mine. Snowing both ways, yeah. Yeah, when you succeed, the issues just become a tad different, more insistent and demanding, yeah. Yeah, build your own ladder and pull it up behind you, yeah.
I have to be careful here because this is where the conversation tends to go completely sideways. The manosphere will take this data and turn it into a victory lap. Men are waking up, men are winning. And I personally think that read is wrong. Men are exhausted. Men are sick of being blamed. And men are tired of being completely ignored.
Yeah. Have you all seen the rise of females speaking of male rights issues? They seem to have found a low supply, high demand market and pounced. Yes. And you'll notice that a lot of those women they say very similar things to what I do, but they all have significantly more views. They get a lot of attention. A lot of attention. It's working. It's working for them. Trevor Sullivan, kudos to effective purpose for engaging with his audience and speaking out in support of men. Nothing will truly change until the, quote, system becomes less biased against men. Yeah. And the system won't become any less biased against men until we start making some noise about it and changing people's perception about this. Right? Because again, we're fighting a perception war. Yeah. Guys like a pretty face, I guess. Yeah, and I guess I don't have a pretty face. I mean, wait. We did establish that I'm a woman. But yeah, that's just it, isn't it? It's not just enough to be a woman. You actually have to have a pretty face. And I don't have that part, so yeah. Yeah, there's some grifters out there. I stick with the ones that have been doing it for a while. Yeah, we'll see who sticks with it. Right. And I tend to put all of these women in this space into sort of a quarantine zone for a while until I've gathered information on them. I've seen a decent amount of what they've said. I know a bit about their history and what they used to do before, whether or not this is something they just started. If it is a grift that they're just jumping onto, if they actually mean any of what they're saying or they just want the attention and they saw some low-hanging fruit to go get it. But yeah, I tried to keep my judgments reserved until I see evidence of, like, what fruit are they bearing? What do they actually identify as an attack helicopter? Well, that's just it, is it can change from moment to moment. I can identify as whatever I want, whenever I want. Yeah, that's it. Before I succeeded, I'm a creep, I'm a worm, I'm forced into anime, I give up. Now I've succeeded, oh, now I need to try harder. It's much harder to feel shame anymore about it. Yeah. Yeah, and that is the real problem. Right, it's when you do try hard and you don't succeed. When you do step up and the goalposts keep moving. That's the problem. The rewards keep reducing. The risk keeps increasing.
Immediately dismissed before they ever get the opportunity to prove themselves. Or worse, consistently feeling like they have to prove themselves once they've already gotten the person. Because the men who stop pursuing relationships because the cost exceeds the reward is resigned. And resignation carries a very different weight than freedom, no matter how many podcasts want to frame that as winning. But resignation not being victory doesn't make it any less real. And here's the part that changes the math completely. Go read the comment sections under any video around male disengagement. You will not find men begging to come back to the table. What you'll find is men grilling steaks on Valentine's Day, hosting poker nights, investing in hobbies, describing a level of peace that they never acquired in relationships.
Well, actually, the really interesting one is go look at the comment section on any TradCon video about dating. Go look at what the comments on PBD's video, on any of Ben Shapiro or the Daily Wireists, Michael Knowles, those guys. Go look at the comments in their videos. We've done this before. We've done this exercise on stream. It's just thorough rejection. The guys aren't like bitter or hateful. They're just telling it how it is. God, hey, this is not working. This isn't working for us. They're not like begging, please make a place for us to come back. They're just saying, look, I left and this is why. That's pretty much it. Night Ranger over on Discord. Interesting, somebody brought up waifus. Been there. Problem is a PNG cannot really reciprocate actual love and affection. Same for AI. Even though AI gets much closer to the real thing. Yeah? And then Sep, waifus, in my opinion, should be a learning tool for women to learn what men like. That's good, yeah. Night Ranger, that's a potentially double-edged sword. There's a lot of underlying degeneracy in the anime community and with waifus. Gotta be careful who you're polling. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, it took me 3 months to start dating again after I decided to start again. That's how stressful and draining it is. Yeah. Quarantine. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to like reject them completely and say, no, you have no seat at the table. Because a lot of times, just by the fact that our culture really only listens to women, they're going to have the most influential voices. And if they actually are on your side, then yes, you're gonna kind of want that. But definitely have a quarantine period.
If these men were truly miserable with the circumstances,
Yeah, and men perceive a lot of real hate these days. Well, they don't just perceive it, they receive it. Exactly. Yeah. That will push you away. If you walk into the town square and everybody shames you and admonish, yeah, you're not going to go into the town square anymore.
would be hope that they'd return, because miserable people, they seek connection. But content people stay exactly where they are.
My husband calls me waifu. It's from a place of affection. And when he said says my name, I'm always thrown off. I'm his waifu. Yeah, that's healthy. That's great. Real life waifu.
And the consequences of male contentment are landing exactly where you'd expect them to land. Because when 63% of men exit the dating pool, the pool doesn't just get smaller. The entire dating market restructures.
Yes, it
and
does.
The ones who assumed the dating market would stay stable are indeed the ones who are absorbing the shock right now. And almost nobody realized it was just a belief until it broke. There's a stat from the American Survey Center that exposes that belief better than anything I found. To be honest, it completely stopped me the first time that I read it. 67% of women report never experiencing romantic rejection. Never. Not once. Now think about what that number actually reveals. It does not mean
what
that
was
those
the
women are
percentage
better in a
again?
relationship.
What was the actual number?
Not once. 67% of women report never experiencing romantic rejection. Never.
Woof. Okay. So does that maybe shed some light on some of the videos we just watched earlier? Maybe? Does that maybe make sense out of why these ladies are like, I am the table. It's totally okay for me to say I hate men and then in the next breath say, but I want them to give me stuff. They really believe that they are that awesome that people will want them just for existing for the rest of their life. Yeah.
Not once. Now think about what that number actually reveals. It does not.
Honestly, there are probably a ton of good women that don't go out. Yeah, probably the best women are not going out. They're the hardest ones to find. Yeah, what does she mean by romantic rejection? That's a good question. Because again, like we saw in that other video, the basic logic one, a while ago, rejection for a woman typically means the guy not asking her out. So this could be a question error on the side of the statisticians. It could be that they're asking the question the wrong way. So because most of the time the girls aren't approaching the guy. So if you only count romantic rejection as times where someone said, or they tried to go approach a person and say, hey, do you want to go out? I think you're cute or whatever, and you get rejected. Well, yeah, most women are not going to experience that because most of them are not approaching. They're being approached. So how do you quantify romantic rejection in that dynamic? I don't know about that. Yeah, rejection requires engaging in the first play, which is kind of dead at this point. Well, yeah, and usually women are the ones doing the initial engagement. Does romantic rejection include breakups? Because if it does, then that would kind of balance it out. Because we saw also in these videos, a lot of times these ladies have a man that they want in their life, but that man says no. And we see that, like that 67%, stat, that doesn't seem to really match up with all these videos that we're seeing of these girls saying, oh, this guy that I, where are the men? This guy that I want didn't want me back, that type of thing. Why aren't these guys, you know, that I like coming over to me? Do they count that as rejection? Because if they do, then I think that number would be a lot lower. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've arrived at anywhere conclusive on this. There's a lot of fog of war here. I miss the 80s, yeah.
Mean that those women are better at relationships. It means they've operated in a system where men consistently approached, where men absorbed the risk of rejection, and women's primary task was focused on selection. All they had to do was choose from the options in front of them. And that system worked. For a very long time, that system functioned. The Institute of Family Studies just published their 2026 State of Our Unions report based on a nationally representative sample of over 5,000 unmarried young adults. Only 30% of young adults are actively dating. That means 7 out of 10 people in their prime dating years are either not dating at all or only dating a few times a year. And when they broke it down by gender, 74% of young women reported they had not been on a date or had only dated a few times in the entire last year, despite half of them saying they wanted a relationship. Now that system functioned because of a very specific condition. There was a large enough pool of men who were actively pursuing. Take that one condition away, and the entire architecture falls apart. I call this the availability assumption, the belief, mostly unexamined, that committed men would always be there when women were finally ready for one, that the dating market was a stable resource that she could access on her timeline, date casually.
This is a great point. I like that. That is a great point. So that is a big part of the sort of girl boss mythos, that you can do it all, you can have it all, go be that powerful, influential girl bossy. And then once you've built your career, you've had your impact on the world and reached the highest levels of status and significance, and you've built up the value for your person through your career, you can exit at any time and there will be a man waiting for you who's ready to start a family with you. And then you can have the rest of all of that stuff as well. You can have the kids, the white picket fence ending to your story. Because that pool of men that's out there wanting you, wanting to be with you, it's a stable resource that's not going anywhere. The whole mythos is built on that. And now they're mad that the resource is drying up. The pool is draining. Guys aren't sticking around in it. So yeah, this is a great point.
Her 20s, focus on her career, get her education, focus on herself. And when she decides she wants something serious, the serious men will still be there just waiting. And that assumption, to be fair, was somewhat understandable. This matched almost every experience in the dating market of generations that came before this one. Her mother probably had that experience. Her grandmother certainly did. The pool, it seemed, was always there until it wasn't. And what makes the availability assumption so dangerous is that it doesn't feel like an assumption when you're inside of it. It feels like reality, in the same way that gravity feels like reality. You don't really think about gravity until you step off the edge of something and you realize there's no ground. Now
it's the ocean you're swimming in, the air you're breathing. You don't notice it.
To be clear, this is not me pointing the finger at women and saying, this is all your fault, like some of the corners on the internet want to. All women did not completely contribute to this.
No, it's not just their fault, right? It's not, this is all your fault, ladies. No, it is originally the fault of the men who were supposed to be raising them and holding them accountable and teaching them things like contentment, teaching them to be careful and to guard their hearts against the comparison engine of social media. And those men just sort of stopped doing that. They are farther up the cause and effect chain. So no, it's not just them. Right. And that's not to say, again, that's not to say that they're totally innocent and that they bear no responsibility. Because, look, hey, if you want to be that powerful, high agency girl bossy, well, then you need to take accountability for what you do with it. They didn't do that either. But yeah, if you look up the chain, it's not just the ladies, it's the dude. Yeah, a lot of simps. Yeah, exactly.
its exit. But what did happen was a
Simpson
collision
White
of
Knights.
different forces. Dating apps that restructured access, economic structures that made partnership look less necessary and certainly more risky, a cultural messaging environment that told women exclusively that independence and being strong meant not needing men, while simultaneously telling men that their desires for partnership were an inherent weakness. No one person designed this, but it did emerge. Aligned incentives, cultural movements, economic structures, and power. Now, the fact that
the sexual revolution and boomer princess treatment and its consequences. Exactly.
one individual designed this doesn't mean that nobody was affected by it. And the ones most affected by this are the ones who structured and planned their lives around this false belief, assuming that the conditions would stay, when the unfortunate truth is that these conditions no longer exist. And here is where the data gets uncomfortable. The American Survey Center found that 62% of single men and 67% of single women believe that dating is harder than it was 10 years ago. That is both sides agreeing on the diagnosis, but the asymmetry underneath that agreement, that is where it gets interesting. The difficulty that men report is in being seen, valued, and actually given a chance. The difficulty that women report is actually finding men who want commitment. And again, these are two sides of the same coin. Men aren't committing because they don't feel valued enough to commit. And women can't find commitment because the men who would have committed have already left the dating market.
Right, but at that point, I feel like she's talking around her own point there. The men aren't committing because they don't receive any value. They don't get any affirmation. They're not receiving the things that they would like to receive from the women because they stopped offering it. They walked away. And so now the women can't find men who want to commit. So she says, well, hey, I'm not pointing at the girls and saying it's all your fault. But based on her own logic, it looks like this is the result of their decision. It looks like they chose, hey, we're not going to offer anything. We're not going to value you as men. We're not going to help you. We're not going to be your helper. We're not going to offer you anything that you would want as a man. They made that choice first. They were encouraged to by their parents and by previous generations, sure, yes, and they were not held accountable for it or taught against it by the men around them who should have. So there's responsibility there too, but yeah, they made that choice. That is what convinced these guys to say no and walk away. So, yeah, I agree with her premise for the most part, except for this, that idea that, it's just not ladies' responsibility. It's this mutual perpetration. It isn't. It is not mutual. The guys did not do this. They did not instigate this. They didn't start it. And that matters. That's not just some playground back and forth. Well, he started it, she started it. No, it's not that. These kinds of things matter. Like, how you use your influence matters. How you use your agency when it's handed to you matters. And if you want agency, you want control over your life and your decisions, your future, you want all of that for yourself, okay, then you need to be prepared to own the consequences of what you choose.
And this is the feedback loop that nobody's actually talking about. Because when a loop like that runs long enough, it stops being a feeling that two groups have about each other. It becomes a force, the same force that moves every market on Earth.
Let's make a new society. Yeah, well, that may be part of it, is the way forward. Part of one of the paths forward is that creating not just parallel institutions, but an entire parallel society. Again, a lot of people earlier saying that, you're a Christian doomer. You're a doomer. You're a doomer. No, I'm not. I see paths. There are ways forward. One of those might be create parallel societies. Create a whole parallel world that's just like, okay, fine, you guys are going to do this insane stuff over here in your world. We're just going to go do our own thing. The Force or the Schwartz, yeah.
In behavioral economics, there's a name for what that force does next. It's called a market correction. It's what happens when the price of something has been artificially inflated for long enough that reality eventually forces an adjustment.
And it always happens.
That adjustment is never gentle. It's not designed to be, okay? It just is. And what's happening in dating right now is a correction for decades.
Well, and what happens, it's not just that. It's when you have a market correction. So a lot of times the people of influence, people who have power in that environment, they don't want the market correction to happen on their watch because that reflects badly on them. They lose their investments. Bad things happen. If we're talking about economics, if you're a political figure, you don't get reelected. So what do? You try to control the media, control the messaging, control the narratives, control the policies and the laws, the legal structures. You try to control to avoid that market correction as much as you can. You print more money. And what do? What happens when you do that? When you start printing more money and telling everybody, no, keep investing, putting more money into the system. Well, if your underlying fundamentals economically are crumbling, you're just stretching a rubber band farther and farther. When it snaps, it's just going to be worse. And I'd argue that's what we're seeing right now, is we are experiencing a market correction, but it's one that it's been made worse by a lot of people saying, no, nothing is wrong. Don't, just ignore the problems. Keep paying into the system. Keep it going. Yeah. Breathe. Yeah. I struggle with that sometimes. The feminism bubble is absolutely bursting. Yeah. Yeah, you can ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of reality. Yeah, you can push things forward for a while. You can keep things running on fumes, but when you reach that point where it's like, okay, market correction incoming. We went too far. We're in a bubble. We made a mistake. You can either let it happen, or you can try to, hold back the storm, and just, it makes that implosion even worse.
Dating market operated under a particular set of assumptions. Men pursue, women select. And the pool was deep enough that a woman, even with very specific preferences, could find what she was looking for. If, of course, she was patient enough.
Yeah, we're talking about forgiveness. Yeah. Wait, who's talking about forgiveness here? Somebody was talking about forgiveness. Because that's a piece of the puzzle. Forgiveness is going to be necessary. But yeah, Bullshark, if you're talking about women, forgiving doesn't mean making them a mother of your children. Yeah. Forgiving doesn't mean reconciling and trusting and entering into a partnership with them. That's not what it means. Forgive, yeah. Don't hate them. Don't be bitter towards them, ever. Yeah, you're forgiven. It doesn't mean you have to like you. Well, yeah, you don't have to like them. You don't have to love them. You do, right? That's because we've been loved, even though we're not particularly lovable on our own, apart from Christ. Yeah.
And that availability was there because
that doesn't mean trust.
Side, men actively seeking partnerships, was abundant. But that supply has contracted, and not by little. The numbers that I mentioned earlier tell this story.
What does forgiveness look like in a practical, actionable sense? It means that you don't, in our sense, it's less what you do, and it's more what you don't do. You don't spout bitterness at repentant women. You don't, keep holding it against them and saying, well, you did this, and so therefore you can't be a part of our community at all. You can't do any of that. No, because at that point, you're still trying to punish them. You're still trying to extract vengeance from them. That's the antithesis of forgiveness. So you drop that stuff, and instead you treat them well. You create a soft landing spot for those who repent. Say, all right, hey, you want to repent? You're welcome here. Your sins are washed away. Yeah, the red flags remain red. Sins are washed away, but the red flags remain red. Right. Yeah, you don't act against them. You don't try to extract repayment from them in any way. And you make sure that they are welcome in the community. You help move them and motivate them towards discipleship and becoming the best Christ follower that you can. Because at the end of the day, that's what you need. That's what they need. They need Christ. They need to become the best Christ follower that they can. And there are things that you can do to help them become that. So don't withhold that from them, right? Help them to be the best follower of Christ that you can in whatever way that looks like. Whether that's, exhorting them with scripture, encouraging good behaviors, encouraging repentance, that kind of thing. But yeah, just like Carl Lentz can be forgiven, but you ain't pastoring me, bruh. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, forgiveness does not automatically mean, hey, yeah, let's go get married.
When 63% of young men are single and 57% of them are pessimistic about finding anyone, you are looking at a supply contraction of historic scale. And supply contractions change every...
Yeah, I can't go back to being gaslit on this. If I don't give them another chance after I already did thrice, then it's somehow my fault. Well, no, but that's what I'm saying is it's not about giving them another chance. You don't have to trust them at all. You're not giving them a chance in your life in any way, shape, or form. You're just, again, it's the absence of seeking repayment from them, because that's what forgiveness is. It's canceling the debt. These women don't owe me anything anymore. So I'm not going to try to make their life miserable and call them all kinds of aspersions and any of that. I'm going to let that go. And I'm going to seek their best ends in Christ. That doesn't involve you trusting them in any way or giving them a chance in any way in terms of their being able to enter your life or be a part of it in any major sense. You can help them become, you can welcome them into the community from a distance. You can help them to become the best Christ follower that they can be from a distance without ever having to actually trust them. Because if you're saying like, give them a chance or trust them, that implies that you're giving a piece of yourself over to them and entrusting that piece of yourself to them. You don't have to do that. But just saying, hey, you can be a part of our Bible study and you can sit and listen and we'll answer your questions about, scripture. There's nothing that doesn't require you like giving over any emotional piece of yourself.
Variable downstream. And here's what that correction looks like in practice. Pew Research tracked this in real time. In 2019, 61% of men said that they were actively looking for committed relationships or casual dates. By 2022, that number dropped to 50%, an 11-point decline in 3 years. But for women, again, those numbers barely moved. And the contraction runs deeper than who's looking. Among the singles who are still dating, Pew found that 41% of women are looking only for a committed relationship. For men, that's 25%. So the pool shrank, and inside the smaller pool, the commitment gap widened. Yep. So women in their late 20s and early 30s who are ready for a serious...
Right, because the handful of men who are left in that pool are the guys who actually get results every once in a while. And most of those guys, yeah, you're going to see a lot of those guys getting a lot of results. Commitment's not going to be as important to a kid in the candy store.
Relationship. What they're encountering is a dating pool that's dramatically thinner than the ones that their older sisters, mothers, or coworkers existed in. The men who are actively dating are now spread across a much wider pool of women, which means their leverage has increased.
Yeah, well, yeah. Matthew 10, 14, 15. If anyone refuses to welcome you or listen to your words, shake the dust off your feet as you leave that house or that city. Right. Well, yeah, again, that applies to people who refuse to repent. If at some point in life they do decide to repent, that passage doesn't apply to that. So, and this is important because if you just simply say, hey, you did bad things in the past and we trusted you before and so you're out. You have no fellowship in any Christian community ever. We will not help you become a Christ follower anymore. What you do is the same thing that culture has done to men for decades. You put those women on death ground. There's no redemption, no place to go, no community, no way to actually pursue repentance at all. They're not going to try. Those women will get worse. So that if you shut the door and say no, never, nothing, zero from us, like you have zero fellowship with us. We're shaking the dust off of our feet and you are going somewhere else. Prepare for things to get worse.
Even if their quality has not. And the men who would have been truly the best partners, the ones who were committed and would have given you a family and stability, those men are disproportionately the ones who left. Because those are the men who had the most to offer and felt the least valued for offering it. And there's another layer to this that nobody in this space wants to say out loud, so I will. A lot of women spent their 20s doing exactly what they were told to do. And they were also told this would make them a great partner, a catch. Get the...
Yeah, doing what they were told to do, right? Gotta be careful here, because yes, this is exactly what they were told to do, but they believed it and they went along with it. It wasn't, so you gotta be careful. You gotta maintain both parts of this equation. There were outside influences pressuring them to do this. No one restrained them or told them that this was a dumb idea. That's true. But that does not automatically mean that they are complete victims of circumstance. They chose to do this stuff as well.
Degree, build
Gotta
a
maintain
career,
both.
become financially independent. And on paper, those sound like a lot of good things. And to be clear, I'm not arguing against education or ambition. But here's what the data clearly and consistently shows about what men prioritize in partners. Across decades of research, from David Buss's cross-cultural studies to the Schwartz and marriage market analysis, men consistently rate warmth, kindness, physical attraction, and emotional availability higher than income and professional status when it comes to choosing a long-term partner.
Yeah, we don't
Women
care.
select for status and ambition because those are proxies for provision and protection. But men do not and have never selected for the same traits when it comes to women, because those traits have nothing to do with what men are actually looking for. So what happened is generations of women started optimizing for the traits that they look for in men. And they assumed that men would find those traits, those same traits, just as attractive in women. And what
Holy
they're discovering
projection back,
is that
man.
the market does not work that way. What
Yeah.
happened was they became the husbands that they were looking for. And now they can't find one. And again, to be clear, that's not an insult. Okay, that's a misunderstanding.
Yeah, we need to start treating women like adults. They're consistently treated like stupid children who aren't capable of being able to make a decision, and also somehow a strong, independent woman. Yeah, we need to pick a lane. One or the other. If you want to be that strong, independent girl boss, well, then we're going to treat you like an adult. You do not get to say, well, other people convinced me to do everything that I was doing. Oh, well, these men over here manipulated me or turned me into this particular thing. You don't get to say, look at what's happening. Somebody come please rescue me from my choices. Independent stonks. Yeah. English is hard, guys. It's really hard. For me, personally. Yeah, just like we say, men are fed lies about being more emotionally open, feminine, and soft, and happy wife, happy life. That's bad. But it was always on us for believing it when the Bible doesn't say that. Right. Yeah, it's like you got to check it against what Scripture says, and these ladies didn't do that. Or they reinterpreted Scripture because, let's be honest, they wanted to believe this stuff. The snake told me. Great point. That's what you're seeing play out in real time. Yeah, Schrodinger's feminism all over again. It is.
Alignment, and nobody told them. And this is the part that I think gets lost in the gender war framing. The quiet exit, it wasn't random. The men who checked out first were the men who had nothing to lose. Survey data consistently shows that the men who are most likely to withdraw from dating are employed, educated, and looking for a long-term commitment. They're not incels, they're not basement dwellers, they're not Chad bros.
I would like to see her data on this because I need it. Hopefully she has this in the description somewhere, because this is what I've been saying. These guys, incel bros, basement dwellers, Chad bros, those guys are not the problem. At that point, yeah, if you're choosing to be a basement dweller and choosing to do nothing with your life, at that point, yeah, you are choosing the results that you get. It's when the employed, educated, and looking for long-term commitment men, when they stop actually getting that, they're the first ones to check out? Yeah. That is the problem. Then you know you have an imbalance. Then you know you have an issue on the lady side of it, because these guys are doing it. They're doing the things. They're doing what they're told to do. So I need to see what her data is on this. If she's got any resources. Maybe if I do end up talking to her, that's the thing I need to ask her first. Because this is it. This is the canary in the coal mine that I've been talking about. It's interesting that those guys left first. That makes sense, because if you are a sort of basement dweller, you probably haven't gone out and gotten those experiences with women very much. Whereas if you are the employed, educated, and looking for commitment, you probably tried and got rejected. Those guys with those experiences, yeah, it makes sense they would be the first ones out. Yeah. And it's when these guys start having problems, they can't find that reward, that the whole house of cards of society starts to fall apart.
These are men who showed up, got told they weren't good enough, and eventually believed it. They conceded and they left. I see this in my DMs, in my emails.
Yeah, app dating is a full-time job, so of course employed people don't have time for it. Yeah, it's hard work, yeah.
In my comment section.
Arthur, we gotta go to Tahiti.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Men who write to me and tell me, I did what I was told to do. I got the degree, I built the career, I treated women with respect, and I still was rejected, dismissed, or couldn't get a second date.
There
and
it
right
is.
here underneath that is not male entitlement. It's bewilderment. They genuinely don't understand
Such a
where they
great
went
word
wrong.
for it.
And the consequence of their exit is now this entire pool of women are looking for exactly that type of man. The stable, employed, commitment-ready man. And with their
Yeah, when you do everything that you're told to do and it doesn't happen, it doesn't work, you end up bewildered and you end up looking for answers. And where do you turn? Anyone who's willing to give you any kind of answer that resembles reality, what you're experiencing. Of course, guys turned to the red pill. Of course, the manosphere. If you don't like it, too bad. It's reality that pushed these guys there. Change the reality if you don't like what the manosphere is saying. Change the reality that they're interacting with. Exactly.
finding is that he's not in the pool anymore. He left quietly. Again, no manifesto. And that is what this correction starts to look like in real life. Now, here's the part that's going to hurt the most. The people who are experiencing the pain of this right now at the highest level are women. And right now, they're still negotiating this based on
I don't love that. Women decide to reject stable, committed men and offer them nothing. Those men leave. Women most affected. Yeah, she did the women most affected thing. Yep. Well, this is why you keep them in a quarantine zone for a while, guys, I guess. She's making good points. Look, I'll put it this way. I don't tend to get super personal about this type of stuff. Like, I have no issue with her. I am not loyal or disloyal to tribes like the Manosphere, the Red Pill. I'm not loyal or disloyal to any of the people in it. I don't care. I'm loyal to ideas. I'm loyal to the pursuit of truth. So that means for me, that puts me in a weird spot because lots of people have different ideas. Some of them are very good ideas. Some of them are not. Existing in the same person. And the thing that I do that seems to be weird to other people is I'll look at a person and go, they've got some ideas that I don't like. But most of what they're saying is fine. And so what I can do is not just quarantine people, but I quarantine ideas. And I go, well, I'll take these few bits and pieces of what this person is saying, but the rest of this stuff, I'm going to throw that out. Yeah, loyal to his wife? Well, yeah. I'm referring, of course, guys, come on. I'm referring specifically to the marketplace of ideas. When it comes to the marketplace of ideas, I'm not loyal to people because people are not the same things as ideas. Because that's how most people act, is they go, oh, I'm loyal to Rolo or Michael Sertan, or I'm loyal to Mike Winger and his camp. I'm loyal to Ruslan and his people. And whatever they say, I'll defend and I'll back up. Doesn't matter. If they say stuff that I disagree with, I just make myself agree with it because the correct person said it. I try to avoid that because nobody gets everything 100% right. Nobody gets everything 100% wrong. Every person that I've ever interacted with has a conglomeration of ideas inside of them, and Each one has a different percentage of ideas that I agree with and ideas that I reject. If the amount of ideas that they have that are bad reaches critical mass, then I go, okay, this person's a waste of my time. I'm just not going to interact with them. So when I put a person like this into the quarantine zone and I'm like, okay, investigating, checking you out, that's what I'm doing. How many ideas, that's one of the things I'm doing. How many ideas do you have in here that I agree with and that seem to reflect truth and cause and effect? They match that logical reality, and how many don't? And yeah, the women most affected meme, yeah, that's one that lives in the category of, hi, hello. That's one that lives in the category of stuff that I'm like, nah. Yeah, a lot of other ideas in this video, great, agree. But yeah, no, women are not the ones who are suffering the most right now. Because they are the ones who chose this. By the cause and effect chain that we just looked at, they made the first decision. They made that decision to stop offering things that men wanted and to start rejecting men who didn't measure up. They started, as we've seen many times today, they started going after attainable men who are not attainable for them at all. Leaving the common man going, I get no rewards, I get no interest even. I get nothing. Cause meet effect. So if women are the ones who made the choice, they are not the ones who are hurt by it most. Because they can turn it off at any time if they just make a different choice. She just wanted to stretch. Actually, she probably, well, she back. Anyways. Yeah, women are suffering, but it's women's fault, right? If they made the choice that's farther up the cause and effect chain, then they are responsible for it and they should be held accountable for it. Long girl, actually, but yes, correct. Stretchy cat. So, yeah, I disagree with her on this one.
On memory. They're making dating decisions today that's based on a dating market that existed 5-10 years ago. They're setting standards of entitlement mostly that are calibrated towards a pool that was twice the size as it is today. And to be clear, I don't say that to tell anybody to lower their standards or settle. I say it because making decisions.
Well, then how do you expect to solve any of the problem? Look, and you can't ask people to lower their standards. It doesn't work like that. I get that. It's felt. And you can't change what you want. You can't change what you feel directly. But you know what you can do? You can shut off the things that influence your standards. You can turn off the comparison engines. So no, you can't just say, ladies, lower your standards. Just go out with and marry men that you don't find as attractive, because then all you end up with is just a bunch of women married. Well, first of all, they don't actually do that. Second of all, if they do, they end up reviling those men, despising them, and wishing that they were with a better man. That's not a great ending. No, what you need to do is actually create an environment where women, the average woman, can be attracted to the average man. Yeah, don't lower your standards, but very much cease inflating them. Exactly. Cut off the stuff that's influencing them. Also, cut off the femisphere influences that are inflating your pride and your ego and giving you these terrible narratives and stories about how bad men are and how much you deserve. Get rid of that stuff. So yeah, technically she's right. You can't just say lower your standards, but the standards do need to come down or the problem isn't getting fixed. Cause and effect, simple cause and effect. You will continue, this effect that she is describing will continue to happen unless the standards come down somehow, some way.
Based on outdated information is how anybody ends up confused around why reality isn't meeting their expectations. And this brings us to the most destabilizing variable in this entire conversation, the one that makes this a very time-sensitive problem instead of just a cultural observation. Biology doesn't wait for the market to correct itself. Married couples now lead just 47% of American households. That's down from nearly 79% in 1949. The median age of first marriages for women has climbed to 28, up from 20 in 1960. And
It's
Pew
above
Research
30
now
for men.
projects that a record share of today's young adults may never marry at all. I want to let those numbers sit for a second. 25% of 40-year-olds in America have never been married. In 1980, that number was 6%. That's a fourfold increase, and it's a record. And it's not because 25% of 40-year-olds decided that a marriage just wasn't for them. The Barna Group found that 81% of Gen Z still say they value marriage and hope to marry someday. So the desire is there, but the pathway...
Wait, so how do half of Gen Z women have negative views of men, but 81% of them want to get married to a man? How does that work?
...to it has collapsed. And I say this as somebody who is married, gratefully. I say this as somebody who was lucky enough to find her person. And I know that if I were entering this market today, at this age, with these conditions, I don't know that my story plays out the same way. And that's just me being completely honest about the math and the circumstances today. I was lucky enough to marry into a market that's different than the one that exists for many of you. And pretending that it's any different would make me a liar. And I don't say this to scare women. And I really don't say this to score points or gloat for a side. But I strongly believe...
Maybe you should scare the women. Like we looked at earlier, maybe that's what they need, is to be a little scared on the front end so they don't enter into this bad deal that they're being sold. Because that's part of it, is the reason why they didn't say no to those bad ideas is because they had no fear of them. They didn't see any of the consequences on the back end. So yeah, maybe a little fear is warranted.
That feminism and a lot of the cultural narratives around female empowerment messaging, they did women a huge disservice by telling them that the timeline doesn't matter. That somehow 35 was the new 25. That you could just focus on yourself and the relationship pieces will sort themselves out. Because somehow, now women will always have time. And underneath that empowerment message, there's a legal calculation that men talk about all the time, but women never hear. One of the most repeated phrases in every comment section in this space is never enter a contract where the other party is rewarded for breaking it. That is how a significant number of men now view marriage. Not as a partnership, as a legal agreement where the person who initiates the breakup, statistically 70% women, can now access the other person's assets, retirement.
Right, but why do men view it as a contract instead of a relationship? Who instigated that? Who made the choice? Who's upstream of that? Cause and effect. Did the guys make the choices that led to that? I mean, sure, there's plenty of white knight men you could pin some blame on for that. But why were those white knight men voting for those laws and enacting them and enforcing them?
Future earnings through the vehicle of the court system. Now, we can argue about whether that framing is fair or oversimplified, but what you can't argue is that it's widespread. And when millions of men share that belief, the behavioral outcome is the same. They don't sign. And the influence of feminism isn't innocent here. Their message might have been comforting, but it was also wrong. And again, not because women shouldn't spend any time focusing on themselves. They absolutely should. You should know who you are, especially before committing. But that advice was wrong because there was zero acknowledgement of what was happening on the other side.
Right, but yeah, you should spend some time in your life not building up your value and worth as a person by worldly standards, by worldly measures, building up your wealth and power and status and influence. No, build up the quality of your character for a while. That would be good. Why not have that?
Of that equation. It assumed that no matter how badly you treated men, how disrespectful you were of them, how neglected they became, how much you mocked them, belittled them over time, that they would still be there. And the men, they aren't still there. The men are fewer, less willing, and way less convinced it's gonna work out. So women who followed this script, did everything they were told to do, everything right, are now arriving at the part in the timeline where they should expect partnership to arrive. And what they're finding is that the market and the outcomes and the quality of life and the happiness and the family and the provider and the protector, that doesn't match what they were told on the brochure. That is an information failure. They made these decisions based on incomplete data and stories. And the incomplete missing parts are the parts that nobody wants to talk about, which is that men's willingness to participate in this was not a constant. It was a variable and it varied. So that's the damage start to finish. But I don't make these videos to just describe the wreckage and walk away from them. Because on both sides of this, a small number of people are already adapting, and what they are doing is almost never talked about.
what's
So
working.
let's talk about
Okay,
what's actually
interesting.
working. Not advice, feedback, based on patterns that I've observed across thousands of DMs, conversations, clients, to the men watching this. The quiet exit that you...
Yeah, it turns out saying you hate someone isn't romantic. Right, exactly. Oh yeah, 50% of us, more than 50% of us, yeah, we despise you, men. But also, we expect you to come into our lives and love us, provide for us, marry us.
made makes complete sense based on the cost-benefit analysis that you ran. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you're wrong for protecting yourself or objectively observing what's happening here. But I do want you to consider that despite what TikTok and social media might warp your mind to believe, that the market that you left may not be identical to the one that exists today. Some women are indeed starting to see what you saw years ago, and some of them are also arriving at the same conclusions that you arrived at about reciprocity, about responsibility, about effort. And they heard that men weren't feeling validated or valued or respected at all. And it is worth noticing that the conditions for being valued are shifting. Slowly, imperfectly, okay? But they are shifting. And to be clear, the correction works in two directions. So, for the women watching this, the hardest and most honest thing that I can tell you is something that you probably already feel, but can't put the language to. The market moved. It moved while you were getting your education. It moved while you were building your career, while you were building your brand, gaining social media clout, and trying to be everything that other women in feminism told you to be. But none of those things were going to bring you the fruit of fulfillment that connection, intimate partnership, marriage, and family building will.
Big
So
true.
what I see from women who are finding
Big true,
committed,
yeah.
stable partners in this dating environment is a specific pattern. And it's much simpler than whatever the internet is going to tell you. Simpler
Yep.
than being more attractive or younger, or the cartoon character of submission, or whatever other reductive thing gets thrown around. They simply stopped negotiating from memory. They looked at the actual market in front of them, not the one they were promised, and they adjusted, not their standards, but their strategy. They started valuing consistency over excitement. They started recognizing effort in forms they weren't told to look for. They started treating the men who are in front of them as individuals instead of representatives of a category that they had already judged. That's literally the whole pattern, and it's what's working. But before I close this, there is one response that I already know is coming, and I'm going to answer it now instead of presenting some form of a deflection. It's the one I see in every comment section of every video that's made like this one. Women only...
Yeah. So basically, sorry, there's a vacuum running in the other room. Basically, the women don't need to lower their standards, they just need to change them. Maybe there's some merit to that. I don't know. I think they probably need to bring them down a bit too. There's not really any way around that. I'm not sure how you would.
only care about this because it's starting to affect them. And here's the honest answer. Yeah, for a lot of women, this concern is new, and it's tied to the...
Right, because if you change the standards instead of bringing them down, okay, so the women only want 10% of a different kind of man, and you end up right back where we started.
their personal experience. When men were lonely and women's dating lives were fine, most women didn't think about it. But that's human nature. That's not a gender flaw. People simply don't engage with problems that don't touch their lives. But the fact that the concerns
Yeah, women have confused desires for standards. Everyone should have standards and desires, but not confuse the two. That's a great point. I like that. Because that's true. Yeah, just because you want a thing or you feel a certain thing around a person doesn't automatically mean that that is like a necessity and a standard that you must have. But again, yeah, human nature, you're not going to get around the feelings part of it. And that's one thing that I would disagree with her on is, yes, women who do prioritize those things differently, they do get better results, but there's a reason why those women are prioritizing those things differently in the first place. It's not just a thing that happens in a vacuum. It's not just a thing that they randomly choose. It's not just because they haven't heard it. It's because those women have usually been taught to reject their feelings. They've had accountability in their lives. They've had consequences for their bad behavior. They've been taught and realized that no, my feelings don't always lead me to the best outcomes, so maybe I shouldn't follow them all the time. And maybe these are women who protect their own heart and their feelings, their desires, their hungers for things. They protect those things from outside influences. Yeah, it's humility. Yeah. They have some humility. Incoming feminist response that reduces all men's standards to desires, thereby escaping accountability. Right, and that's a big part of it is, yeah, you don't see the reverse of this. Because, yeah, for ladies, their desires are the standard, but for guys, their desires are the problem. Yeah, above all else, guard your heart. Yep. Yeah, entitled versus humble. Right. There's no way to solve this without some humility. And there's no, without humility, contentment, and an outward focused mindset. What am I giving instead of what am I getting? Just, hey, let's swap out your standards for other things. Still expect to be the one receiving from that man constantly, but swap out which things you're looking to receive from him. Less excitement, more commitment. You know, less height and looks, more financial stability. Swap those things out. That will solve the problem. No, it won't. Sorry. And even if you could, a lot of those women will just revert back to following their feelings anyway. They might make the decision to marry that man because you told them to. They might listen. But there's another thing that Dr. Taraban was saying in a video I saw the other day. Women are primarily loyal to their feelings, first and foremost. It's very difficult for a woman to stay loyal to a man if she doesn't have strong feelings for that man. It's very difficult for a woman to choose a particular thing if she doesn't feel a desire for that thing. Stay in a relationship or a situation if she doesn't have feelings about it or for it. There's really only two things you can do about that. You can restrict women, restrict access, restrict their options, restrict their ability to just jump ship and follow their feelings all the time, or you can guard their hearts. Help them to be content and happy with what they have. And honestly, given how strong that loyalty women's feelings is to their feelings, that strong that loyalty is to their feelings, probably need both. Yeah. So, right, you can say this and, okay, fine, tell the girls to swap out their standards for different ones. But again, what we're seeing, and we're seeing this all over the place, is we're seeing everybody try to solve this problem while working inside the feminist framework and inside the feminist assumptions. Trying to appease the feminist power premise. Everybody is looking for some way that we can just create the perfect system that doesn't offend feminism, doesn't offend the girlies. It maintains the power premise, but also gives us the good ending. All this stuff that she talked about is downstream of the narrative that your power is equal to and leads to your self-worth. And your self-worth is equal to and leads to your satisfaction in life. Right? So you need to have agency, you need to have power, you need to be able to go get, you need to be able to achieve and accomplish. And you need those things because those things create your self-worth. If a woman doesn't have access to those things, according to that premise, then she cannot be as happy and she cannot be satisfied. She needs to have access to her standards and her options and all of that stuff because that's how she has her power. That's her agency. We cannot interrupt a woman's agency even the slightest bit. Because according to that equation, if you do, women lose their value, their dignity, and they lose all happiness and satisfaction and quality of life. as long as you try to appease that premise and say, hey, ladies, you don't need to lower your standards at all. You don't need to reduce your power or stop seeking your girl boss dream. Just swap out your standards for different ones. Nope, that's an appeasement technique. That's not going to work. No, the only way to solve the problem is to reject and destroy the feminist power premise. You do not need power, status, wealth, any of the things the world values in order to be happy and satisfied in life. She even kind of acknowledged that the most satisfying thing for a woman is going to be that relationship and that family that she builds. So she knows that, but won't let go of the premise that says, no, you also need to have this level of agency and autonomy and all these standards and whatever it is that you want. You need those things in order to remain dignified. You don't. It's not connected to your value, your dignity at all. That comes from your creator and your relationship to him. Yeah, just move the pieces till the feels feel powerful. Yeah. Yeah, BS. If happiness is your priority, you're effed. Yeah. Yeah, the idea that happiness should be your goal and your ends in life at all, that's a luxury that men don't get to enjoy for the most part. Best I can do is meaning and purpose. Right. I'm not advocating for people to go through life miserable, but the most joyful existence you can have is one where you are in that close relationship with God and you're receiving your value from him. You're receiving your life and your joy and your peace from him. Your dignity comes from your relationship status with him, nothing else. Not your power, your agency, your autonomy, your ability to go get your bag and have the highest quality man that you feel like you want. No, that's not your dignity. That's not your happiness. That's not your value. It's not your worth. Those are the world's value systems. Chasing after them will only make you feel more and more empty. Some of the stats she didn't get into is women's happiness has been, she has referenced them at other times, I think, but women's happiness has been falling off a cliff since the 1970s. The more power and dignity women have gotten, the more options and agency they've gotten, the more resources and status they've gotten, the less happy they've become. The equation has proven itself false for the last 50 years. Yeah. There's only one way out of this mess. And it's not to try to appease this premise and try to just rearrange the chairs on the deck of a sinking ship. Women need to start offering value to men again, kind of things that men actually want. Unfortunately, the things men want require that women give up the power premise. That's it. There's no other way. It's a cause and effect chain from that premise to everything she just described. It just is.
Started with self-interest doesn't mean it has to stay there. So the question isn't, why do women care now? I think the answer is obvious. The question now becomes, what are they willing to do because they care now? Because right now, what I see based on the data and in the conversations is a window, a brief period where both sexes are experiencing enough discomfort to actually be honest about what happened. Men are very honest and they're telling you the truth about why they left. And women are starting to notice and they're telling you the truth about what that's left behind. Now, the worst possible outcome of—
Wait, that was a little bit of a word salad. What does she mean by that? The truth about what that's left behind? What? Starting to notice, and they're starting to tell you the truth about what that's left behind. I don't understand what she means by that. Maybe my brain isn't big enough or it's too smooth or something. I don't know. But again, it does appear to be a bit of a women most affected thing. Women made a choice, stopped offering things that men wanted, men walked away. And, you know, women are starting to notice. But hey, look, to be fair, to give her credit, the base level point that she's making is true. Both sexes are noticing right now. I don't know that I agree that both sides are willing to have an open, honest conversation about it. Again, as we saw in a lot of those earlier videos, the ladies are asking the questions. Why can't I find this man? Why is this happening? They're asking the question, but you can tell from the way that they frame it, they're not trying to get an honest answer. They're trying to get the answer they want. So yeah, I think men are willing to be honest about the situation and talk and tell the truth about what's happening and why they left. That part she's right about. And yes, she's right. Women are starting to notice that what they've been doing isn't working. And they are, some of them, the older ones especially, right? Once they start hitting that mid to late 20s, okay, what the heck is going on now? Yeah, they're starting to notice. But are they willing to have an honest conversation and admit that it was their choices that put them in the situation they're in? We didn't see a whole lot of willingness in any of the ladies who were noticing and talking about it earlier. So that part I don't know about. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? Keep in mind, nothing's wrong with me. Yeah, exactly. Right, so yeah, I agree with a lot of her main points. She does, I mean, she brings a lot of good data to the table. That's great. But she's unwilling to offend these girlies, step on their feelings. And hey, being a lady herself, maybe she understands how to interact with them a little bit better than I do. Most of them probably aren't listening to me. Maybe she will do a better job of reaching them because she's a little softer about it. But will being soft about it ever actually make an impact or a change in the direction that's necessary? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Bull Shark. The way they frame it involves strapless low-cut tops with Hollywood makeup. Well, yeah, and add some TikTok filters to that. Really powerful ones. Yikes. But yes. Right, the way they frame it also, yeah, it involves emotional manipulation, like victim chasing, and a lot of, you know, don't look at my eyes, but also my eyes are up here kind of attire. So, yeah, cross necklace on the OF model. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, I think she's got a couple of points here. I don't think that her solutions are the solution. I think accountability is the solution. I think true, honest admission, like an admission that, hey, we messed up. Yeah, I think that's the only path forward for a lot of these ladies. Will that happen? Based on the evidence, doesn't look like it. I'm going to be honest, I feel like there's no off on this crazy train. Feels like society's heading to a brick wall faster and faster speeds. Guess I'll stockpile beans and rice. Beans, rice, and ammo, dude. From the looks of it, it's going to be the most valuable things in a few years. I don't think it'll get that bad here in the US. I'd like to be a bit more optimistic about it. I don't think it'll get quite that bad. It has happened before here, so I won't say it can't happen, but I don't know. Yeah.
Are starting to notice, and they're telling you the truth about what that's left behind. Now, the worst possible outcome of this is that both sides use that truth as ammunition. In the same way that we say we don't want people to weaponize vulnerability, load it into a quiver, and fire it back to humiliate us. Don't be that person. Because the best possible outcome, and there is one, is that this becomes the foundation of something that actually works moving forward. And now for every man in the comment section.
Okay. Now I'm curious what she's going to say here. Yeah, so don't weaponize the truth and fire back at them. Okay, that's a framing battle right there. Don't weaponize the truth. What do you mean? So let's take, for example, the stuff that I'm saying. As far as I can tell, I'm telling the truth. Which part of the stuff that I'm saying would be weaponizing it, if that's what she's referring to? Yeah, that's a heck of a sentence to drop in there without any kind of example to illuminate what you actually mean by it. Give us a reference. What does it look like to weaponize the truth? Yeah, if the truth hurts my feelings, change it, please. Yeah. Yeah, the truth is a weapon against lies. Great point. And the truth is going to hurt a lot of the time. So if what she's saying here is, hey, don't take this truth and say it in any way that might hurt somebody's feelings, because that would be weaponizing it. No. Yeah, Matt loading his magazines in the premise conflict. No, yeah, we're in a perception battle and a war for the premise. It's going to look like a war. Yeah, I need you to fix this without making me feel bad for my actions. Right. Yeah. And, well, okay, let's be extra generous. She's probably right. Effective premise, yeah. She's probably right that most women won't listen to this kind of stuff. They won't listen to the truth just straight because it hurts. And they are very used to things not hurting today. Well, at the very least, they're used to people coming in and rescuing them from hurt all the time. So, yeah, it could be that just saying it will bounce off of them or send them the opposite direction. But does that mean it's the wrong thing to do, to just say it? Let's see where she goes with this, because she's about to speak to the guys. Maybe she'll give us a bit more background or illustration of what she means by this.
That's going to tell me about the wife who met him and found him at his worst, and as a consequence became the best version of him he could have possibly been, knowing he couldn't have done it without her. And they were able to build something real together. I see you. I said that because I need you to know that those relationships still exist. They are proof that the system can still work, but they work because both people showed up without the playbook that social media is currently handing out. Now, I don't know which outcome we're going to get, but I do know the first step requires acknowledgement of the damage clearly, honestly, and earnestly. And I do believe we're getting close to being there. Now, if this conversation landed for you, there's a video that I made that goes deeper into the male side of this equation, what men are actually experiencing, and why the walking away pattern started in the first place.
Okay. Women are starting to see the damage. Yeah, okay. Said a lot of stuff without really saying very much there at the end. I feel like. Yeah, she's living the playbook that social media handed out. Well, yeah. Yeah, so if we have to kind of muzzle ourselves and use kid gloves all the time, B+, yeah. That's probably like B+. It's probably a good play. That's probably a good grade for this video. But yeah, a lot of vague statements. Solutions are filler. Yeah, I could see that. Because there wasn't really anything actionable. It was, the solutions were more just, here's what you don't do. And she's kind of speaking to the ladies a little bit. Saying, hey, ladies, her really only actionable thing was, ladies, swap out your standards for different things that are better things. Which she's right. Those are better things to want than just, hey, how do you feel, excitement and all of that. That's true. But to say that that's the solution and that that's it, no, that's not even the first thing you need to do. So, yeah, she's being very, very gentle with the ladies. Much more gentle than I would. kind of a pander bear for both sides. Well, okay, but again, let's be extra generous. Maybe she sees herself sort of in between, and that's how she sees herself as like a mediator or moderator between the two, and she wants to like mediate the dispute. So she's trying to have this appearance of, you know, of being impartial. Maybe that's what's going on. Now, again, taking that approach of, hey, I'm going to treat it as though both sides are equal perpetrators, so you both need to be nice to each other about this whole thing because you're both guilty. That only makes sense in a world where both sides actually are equal perpetrators. And again, given the cause and effect chain that we've looked at many times, and she even acknowledged in her description, the ladies decided to stop offering these things to the men. And the men walked away because of it. Is it equal perpetration? Does it make sense to treat it as though, hey guys, you are equally responsible for this too? Does that make sense? No, it kind of doesn't. Yeah, women are very sensitive, so I get her approach. Well, yeah. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to be generous with her about that. But I'm just like exploring the idea. And, you know, this is where I lose points in the public's, like the popular sphere, I guess, is there's a lot of politicking that you have to do. If you want to get the mainstream on your side, you got to play politics with people. And I don't really do that very well. I'm like, again, like I said, I'm mostly in these conversations, I'm loyal to the truth, not to people so much. Or at least the pursuit of truth. I don't really care who's got it. I don't even really care what it is or how it makes people feel. I don't really care that much. But if you want to get through to large numbers of people and get your videos in front of a lot of eyeballs, you gotta care about how they feel. You gotta play to their base instincts. You gotta play to the low IQ people who aren't processing this stuff logically. They're only feeling their way through life. So maybe she's just trying to be political about it, and I'm not. And so we're just coming at it from different angles, right? She's being soft and sensitive about it. She's a woman, and that's probably her natural bent. She's gonna just do that anyway, and I'm not. But also, she's being a little more political about it. Yeah, from a purely biblical perspective, everyone contributes to these systems to a certain degree because we're all sinners and we are all a part of these systems. That's true. However, that doesn't mean that it's 50-50. Very few problems are. Exactly. Yeah, you need to treat, well, and again, the cause and effect chain matters as well. That's why I focus so much on it. Go up the chain, go to the source. If you don't fix the sources, if you don't fix the stuff that's the farthest up the chain you can possibly get, the causes will continue to create the effects. That's why I go after white knights and simps so hard. The older men who still have influence, who stopped doing their job, they're farthest up the cause and effect chain currently, at least as far as we have access to and we can, you know, impact. You could argue this goes all the way up to this goes up to spiritual levels. But me hosting a podcast isn't going to convince demonic forces to stop. No, like they can't repent. They literally just can't. But the people that we have access to, who have influence over the situation, that are farthest up the chain, that's your white knights, simps, and men of influence. Next is the women. They've been handed the agency and the decision making, far more so than the men have. So if you want to solve the issue, go all the way up the chain and work your way to present. Can demons not repent? The angelology I was taught in Bible college says no. Basically, they do not have access to redemption through Jesus. Jesus died for humans. He didn't die for angels. Yeah, to believe that all problems are 50-50 is the middle ground fallacy logic so many people subscribe to, unfortunately. Yeah, it's the equality fallacy, exactly. It's easy and it's simple. It also allows you to live in this space where you feel like you're just this impartial, fair, good guy. I'm the good guy. I'm being an equitable, balanced, impartial voice. Makes you feel good about yourself. That's another reason why they do it. If you are a person of influence or you're a parent or something like that, it's easy to gravitate towards that because it's a quick path to, it's a shortcut path to feeling like I'm doing a great job of parenting. I'm super fair. But again, the whole idea that fairness is a virtue in and of itself comes from the power premise. Right? Because any area where a person has more or less agency or more or less blame, that's tied to it as well. Any inequalities represent an imbalance in a person's ability to be valuable and their ability to have satisfaction in life. So that's why we view fairness as a virtue writ large, just throughout life. It isn't. Sometimes unfairness is required. Sometimes it's actually healthy and good. It's right. All hierarchies are unfair, yet they are good and necessary. Well, they should say they can be good. They can be broken like anything else. But if you try to get rid of hierarchy for the sake of fairness, it destroys everything. Anyways. Yeah. God isn't fair. He's just. That's why the world hates him so much. Yeah. Big truth. But yeah, all that to say, you will never defeat that cause and effect chain if the world's value systems are your goal. If your goal is fairness above everything else, regardless of what else happens, if your goal is equal power and status and opportunity and or whatever, equal accomplishments, influence. If your goal is equality in all of the world's metrics for value, yeah, you're going to see this same thing play out over and over and over again. Equity, yeah. If that's your virtue, your virtues will continue to produce what we have today, and it will not stop. The only way for this change is for that value structure to change. So. Anyways, I gotta get going. But it's been fun. What do we learn? Same thing we've always learned on all of these streams, pretty much. Yep. Give me 1 second. Just a couple minutes. Plumber's pretty much done, seems like. But yeah, I gotta get going. So hopefully we had some fun this time. I had fun hanging out with you guys. We learned a few things. Saw some data. Saw some videos. Saw some perspectives. And yeah, we got a chance to, again, gather some ammunition, gather some bullets for the premise war. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. And we'll do this again soon. English is hard. Yeah, consider becoming a channel member. Subscribe if you're not already. Support the channel over on Patreon as well. Get access to all kinds of goodies there. We'll see you next time. Peace.